Virginia.
The following is an exclusive sports presentation of WZAC and the Skyhawks Sports Network.
Tonight's game between the Scott Skyhawks and the Mingo Central Miners has been deemed as one of the most important football games across the state, and fans and sports writers alone will be following this game right down to the bitter end. And why? Because it's a battle of two undefeated Class AA teams, and a win will go a long way when the seedings come out for postseason playoffs. Mingo Central is coming off a win over last year's State AA winner Independence, and the Skyhawks picked up a win against their rival last Friday night in the form of the Chapmanville Regional Tigers. What will the Skyhawks have to do to pick up the victory, Coach Jeremy Dolan?
Well, keeping their mind on it, I don't think it's going to be difficult. Their mind's on it. They've been focused on it. Biggest thing for us is we got to go out and play our style of football. Play aggressive on offense and defense. And the big thing is play smart and not have any silly penalties or turnovers. And I think we'll be able to take home a victory tonight as long as we do all those things.
Tonight's game has received a lot of hype from the sports media and fans across the state. Without further ado, let's get our coverage underway. From Skyhawk Field in Madison, it's the 5-0 4th-ranked Scott Skyhawks hosting the 5-0 4th-ranked Mingo Central Miners. Sit back, get comfortable, and crank up the volume as the top-ranked Skyhawks are next here on WZAC and the Skyhawk Sports Network.
It's time for the Parmar Stores broadcast of Scott Skyhawk football on WZAC and the Skyhawk Sports Network. Skyhawk football is presented to you by
Miller Brothers Pharmacy, your locally owned and operated full-service pharmacy.
Parmar Stores. If there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Stevens Auto Center. Come to Stevens for all the right reasons.
Caldwell Insurance Agency. Let our family serve your family.
The Handley Funeral Home, serving the region for over 55 years.
People's Bank. Working together, building success. Member FDIC.
Barker's Hardware. Shop where the local contractors shop.
Boone Memorial Health. Bringing medicine home.
Schaefer & Schaefer, attorneys at law, serving West Virginia now for over 100 years.
Thornhill Auto Group. Nobody beats a Thornhill deal, and we mean nobody.
Farrell & Hill Insurance Agency, insuring our local community for over 70 years.
Clayton Homes, opening doors to a better life, one home at a time.
And by
Your locally owned and operated McDonald's. McDonald's, I'm loving it.
For the Parmar Stores pregame show, let's go to the stadium. Here's Joe Limble and Chris Barrett.
Thank you very much, and good evening from Skyhawk Field. Tonight, all eyes across the state of West Virginia are watching this AA matchup between the number 4 ranked Scott Skyhawks and the 5th ranked Mingo Central Miners. Chris Barrett, it's obvious tonight's a big game. There's news media here from all across the state, and the fans are already filling the stadium up quickly as we go for a 7:06 kick tonight.
Yeah, Joe, it's one of those things to where if you're not here now, you may get here by halftime if you're trying to get in the building. But it's great to see all these people out. It kind of mixed in with homecoming. You see a bigger crowd anyways. But it's great. We were talking to a couple people, before we come on air about, for the elderly people that's not able to get out and about, especially with the big crowds, it's great for them to have an outlet to watch the game. Hopefully they decide to mute the TV and listen to us, but to be able to have people watch whenever they can't make it here, it is really good.
Let's go back and talk a little bit about last week's game. Scott went on the road to Chapmanville, knocked off the Tigers by a score of 40-7 in what's been the Battle of Corridor G. These two teams have become rivals over the years. Scott jumped out to a quick start, led 40-0, but the final score was only 40-7. Your take on the game?
Well, if you remember, we had 2 touchdowns called back in the second half, and Scott only had the ball 4 times in that second half. Chapmanville was able to lengthen out drives a lot better than they were in the first half. Looking at the time of possession, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was like 2-1 in the second half towards Chapmanville. So, that kind of put a damper on it. And the two touchdowns that were called back were on 3rd down, and it put them into 3rd and very long. And one of them ended in the Matt Fry interception where he tried to go and pick up the first down with a deep throw. But a lot of people asked me, a couple of people asked me this week if that we should be worried because Scott didn't score. I wouldn't be worried. You could tell they were trying to work on a couple different things, and also, you had 2 touchdowns called back. I think leading into this week, you're going to see an offense, running a high-powered stance, and again, like we've talked about the last couple of weeks, it's all about Scott starting early.
And Jeremy Dolan and company kind of mixed up the passing and the running last week. Matt Fry, 19 of 26, 378 yards, threw 5 touchdowns, and as you mentioned, he threw an interception. His longest completed pass was 64 yards. In rushing, Preston Cooper led on 7 carries for 53 yards, and Matt Fry also carried the ball 4 times for 33 yards. So they kind of bounced it out. In the receiving end, Carson Brenniger had 9 catches, 173 yards, 3 touchdowns. And Jax McCarty had 3 catches, 134 yards, also scored a touchdown last week as well. So they kind of mixed it up between the rush and the passing, paid off for the Skyhawks.
Yeah, and I think that's what you're going to see, especially in those kind of games. When you're up by 3 or 4 touchdowns and you got a chance to work on a couple things, that's what you're going to do as coach. You want to see different players in different spots. Hey, if we line up Carson here and show them this look, does this come open? Or if we line up Preston in this slot, do we get better blocking? It's your opportunity to work on a couple things. And defensively, it's not like Chapmanville done anything in the second half to really make you be like, whoa, we didn't score, but our defense still held them strong and was able to get off the field in key situations. So, I mean, it is a little bit of a head scratcher, but at the same time, you can't really be worried.
We'll go ahead and take our first 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll look at the matchup tonight between the number 4 Scott Skyhawks and the 5th-ranked Mingo Central Miners. You're listening to Scott Skyhawk Football on WZAC Video Productions and the Skyhawk Sports Network.
McDonald's presents.
Thornhill, our goal is to provide you with the best automotive experience.
From our state-of-the-art facilities, amenities, and certified staff, we call family.
You'll be offered the best experience you deserve.
We take pride in our focus for customer care, bringing the best quality and support for all of our customers' needs.
What are you waiting for? It's your time to get behind the wheel with Thornhill.
Get started now at thornhillautomotive.com.
Just tag it at Thornhill, where it's all here for you. US 119 Chapmanville and Logan, WV to Belfry, Kentucky.
At Hanley Funeral Home, we offer unique opportunities for families to create healing moments after loss. With over 55 years of experience serving the Boone, Logan, and Lincoln communities, our staff will help you discover ways to pay tribute, whether that be at a burial service at one of our cemeteries or a personalized lasting memorial. Visit us at www.handleyfh.com or call 304-369-0718. The Handley family of business thanks you for your support.
The Southern Pineapple in downtown Madison is your choice for women's clothing and accessories. They have styles that fit all ages, along with local handmade jewelry. From elegant to everyday wear, the Southern Pineapple is your place to shop. Find us on Facebook, subscribe to our page, so you can see all the latest products and inventory. Come and shop at our unique boutique and be sweet.
At Miller Brothers Pharmacy, we are dedicated to providing outstanding personalized customer service at an affordable price. We are your one-stop shop for all your pharmacy and medical needs. Our staff has over 90 years of experience, so you can count on fast, personal attention. Our pharmacy is proud to offer delivery service for your convenience with free delivery for patients within Madison and Danville city limits. Contact a member of our team about delivery today.
In Class AA, the 4th-ranked Scott Skyhawks and the 5th-ranked Mingo Central Miners. And Chris, let's go ahead and take a look at the season so far. First, we'll take a look at the Miners. They have wins over Tug Valley, Westside, Liberty Raleigh, Man, and Independence. But you just wonder how tough is that schedule. Of course, Man at the time was undefeated. They are single A. Independence, they played last week, defeated 24-6, which was last year's Class AA state champs. But they lost 12 players from their team last year due to graduation.
Yeah, I mean, you do see 2 single-A teams on that schedule. However, it's 2 high-quality single-A teams. Man, you're going to get their best shot because, it's a little bit of a rivalry game, but you're definitely 100% going to get Tug Valley's best shot because it's in-state. and those kids don't like each other at all. So you're going to get their best shot every time. Doesn't matter what happens. It's kind of like the Scott-Chapmanville game. Whenever we talk about it, doesn't matter what both teams' records are. It's going to normally be a close game. But I believe that the defense is the real deal for Mingo. I question whether they can score enough points against a high-quality team. Seeing some stuff on them and looking at them, and vice versa. At the same time, they've seen a lot of running teams. They have not seen a lot of passing teams. So you wonder if that secondary is going to be able to hold up against a team that likes to throw the ball around the yard like Scott does. So it'll be interesting to see here tonight, because it is the most prolific offense versus the most stingy defense in Class AA.
That's true. And then you look at the Scott Skyhawks over on their side of the board. They picked up that season opener win over Herbert Hoover by a score of 50-19. Hoover is now 3-2 and ranked number 10 in Class AA. They struggled a little bit with that win over Wayne, but I'll give them credit. You know, with the long day they had with the being on the pep rally at 6 o'clock in the morning, being on TV, they still come out and pulled that one out by 26-16. Then it was an easy win over Sissonville and Point Pleasant. Everyone thought that was going to be a talented team come into Madison and really give the Skyhawks fit, but the Skyhawks scored right on the opening play, like 84-yard touchdown pass play, and the Skyhawks did not look back in that one. And then the win last week at Chapmanville. So Scott's opponents are 8-14 when Mingo's opponents are 12-10. So if you look at that aspect of it, they're pretty even. But hopefully the Skyhawks can come out and play their A game tonight and show this number 5 team who's the top team at the end of the night.
Yeah, and you know, when you really look at it, if you're a outsider looking in, you can kind of say the same thing that you said about Mingo. Is Scott as good as what we think they are? You know, to us, we know they are because we've seen them for the last 2 years and we know what type of talent's on the field. But when you look at it, Sissonville's down. Wayne is not as strong as what we thought they may have been. Point Pleasant definitely wasn't as strong. Chapmanville's not as good as what their record was going into that game. So when you really look at the records and then the quality of opponents that we've played, you could actually make the same argument that we're saying about Mingo Central about are they as good as their record. And I think that's the great thing about them meeting here 5-0 tonight. We're going to find out exactly how good both teams are, and it's a statement because for the first time all season we can say that Scott has the opportunity to gain some decent points due to the opponent that they're playing because of it being a 5-0 record.
You know, and I must agree with you. I think Scott needs to strike early. I think they need to come out like they did against Point Pleasant. You know, try to hit on that opening drive and make a statement early. And then the defense is definitely going to have to step up tonight against this talented Mingo Central offense.
Yeah, because, you know, we talked about it. I mean, you talked about it several times. This year is different than any other year that we've seen in a Cardinal Conference. You have a top 3 that are really, really good, and then everybody else is just kind of fighting for that number 4 spot and to see where they're going to lay. You know, Hoover again took 2 on the chin to start the season. And now they're starting to kind of round into form because, you know, they don't tackle during the offseason and leading up to the first game. And in Winfield, we knew they were going to be strong. They got a couple transfers in. That quarterback come in for North Carolina that is highly touted, already a Marshall commit. So it's interesting to see what's going to happen with these 3 teams when it comes into the Cardinal Conference mix and how the rest of the Cardinal Conference shakes up, because I think you're going to see a lot of 500 teams and lower outside of those top 3.
We'll go ahead and take our second 2-minute break here in the pregame, and we come back, we'll talk with the head coach of the Scott Skyhawks, Jeremy Dolan. You're listening to Scott Skyhawks Football.
With Erie Insurance here at Caldwell Insurance Agency, I want to provide you with the best customer service available. I want to provide you with coverages that nobody else can provide you with, along with affordable rates. I promise you, when you come in this office, we will take better care of you than anybody else. Provide you with the best auto insurance, homeowners insurance, and life insurance. I want our family to be able to take care of your family, and I promise you we will be able to do that here at Caldwell Insurance Agency.
Make the short drive to Danville and come see us, where the Make the Summer sales event is in full swing at Stevens Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. We've got savings on all models, including up to $14,000 below MSRP on the 2023 Ram Limiteds and 15% off MSRP on the 2023 Jeep Compasses. And the new 2024 Wranglers are awesome and arriving daily. So come see us for the Make the Summer sales event at Stevens Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 119 in Danville.
The Tint Guy has big news. The newest location is now open in Barbersville. Voted best in the Valley since 2020. Getting your windows tinted is now twice as easy. Go to the best, The Tint Guy.
Hey, Tint Guy here. Come see us at our new location in Barbersville.
Relationships in life are more important than the one between you and your Michelin tires. Rugged, long-lasting Michelin truck tires. Michelin, a better way forward.
Danville, Madison.
Welcome back to the Par Stores pregame show. Joining us now is the head coach of the Scott Skyhawks, Jeremy Dolan. And Coach, first of all, let's quickly go back and take a look at the game with Chapmanville last week. You guys, the rivalry game, you never know what to expect, but you guys came out and played some ball and showed them who was the better team.
Yeah, I think we played a really good first half, both offensively and defensively. Matt was on point in the first half. I think he was 10 for his first 10. Got us up and down the field, put us in the end zone. Defense was stellar again. I think on the night we only gave up about 160 total yards, one touchdown. So, in a rivalry game and you can hold an opposing team to that's really good numbers. And, like I said, we was up 40-0 at half. Felt like we could have played a little better offensively in the second half. We did have one touchdown called back, that would have, helped us out offensively. But at the end of the night, you get out, the 40-7 win on the road at a rival opponent, and with pretty much most people healthy, that's a good night.
Let's talk a little bit about the defense. Of course, David Fennessy, Ty Mitchell, and there's others that's really coming off the line or out of the backfield and really making some good stops for your defense.
Yeah, I told people at the beginning of the season I thought the defense was going to be much improved this year. There's a couple factors to that. Last year we started 6 sophomores on defense, so having those guys get another year of maturity and development, and has made a big difference. We lost 2 guys in Connor and Keaton that were real athletic up front. We replaced them with a couple of bigger guys. And the good thing about them, the guys that are playing those positions this year, they might not be as athletic as Connor and Keaton, but they are disciplined, and they do have a little bit more size to them than Connor and Keaton did. So they're holding their own in there. And I think David Fennessy's probably playing probably the best defense. He might be the best defense player in the state all around right now. We can move him around, use him at safety, linebacker, defensive end. He gives us so many options to give defenses or other offenses fits, so we can get in and out of different defensive looks. So I'm real pleased with where we're at defensively. Our whole defensive backfield, they're juniors. They were all sophomores last year. So you continue to see the growth in Carter and Isaiah and Carson, and then Caden Suffin, who came back home this year, and then Ty Mitchell's playing really good on the defensive side of football too. So I'm real pleased with where we are defensively.
Let's shift gears, talk about tonight. A big game, 2 undefeated teams, of course, the Skyhawks and Mingo Central coming in. What have you done this week to try to, keep focus on the game with homecoming activities going on? There's something special every day, and you got a big game tonight.
I'll be honest with you, the boys haven't even talked about homecoming. In the previous years, it's a lot of times, hey, can we get out here to go do a powder puff, or, go do the powder puff cheer, whatever the activity is, building floats. They haven't asked, and we practice right after school 2 days, and they haven't gotten any hurry to get out here. And it's, and I see the pictures. They show up usually down there and they spend the time with their friends, which is very important, and I want them to do those things. But their focus right now, their number one focus is this game tonight. And we know that Mingo Central is a very tough opponent. We've watched them on film. They match up with us athletically probably better than any team that we've seen so far. And I'm just expecting a really good game, really good matchup tonight by 2 good teams.
Have you changed your offense up any this week? Because I think Mingo Central has only allowed 12 points all year.
No, I mean, we, like normal, we'll do some installs, some new plays here or there, make some adjustments for play, just because, people that have seen us on film. And that's the thing, Mingo's really good defensively. They're the number one team in football, or AA football, as far as points allowed, only giving up 12 so far this year. But, we're the number one team offensively in AA football, scoring 243 points. So something's going to have to get tonight. So I like our chances, and I'll go with my guys. And, Coach Fry, he always puts together a great game plan. And, it's just a matter of the boys going out and executing. And I have complete faith in them. We have an all-state quarterback who's in his, fourth year, playing, high school football. And he prepares like nobody else. And then he's got a, real good cast of skills guys around him and a good line up front. I'll take our offense over, anybody's defense at this point.
If you look over the opponents between the Skyhawks and even the Miners, they beat Tug Valley, which is a single A team. West Side, Liberty Raleigh, 1-4. They did beat a very good man team, which is single A. And Independence, they defeated them last week 24-6. But I understand Independence, even though they played for the state championship last year, lost like 12 players from their team. What have you learned by watching game film on the Miners?
Well, like I said, no matter what opponent they're playing, you can see how their athleticism is. They attack the football on defense. Honestly, I haven't seen too many teams so far this year that I've scouted and watched on film that get after it as hard as they do on defense. And then they got, a good quarterback in Ross. He's a playmaker. Probably a little more skilled with his legs than his arm, but he can still make plays with his arm. And he's got some really good receivers. Shepard, number 4, is a really good football player. So I think, no matter who they played, what we've seen from them on film shows that they can play. So we just have to come in and prepare to play a good quality opponent and play the way we're capable of playing, and have the same mindset that we've had in every game that we've went into so far.
Game 6 of the season, how are we as far as the physicality? We have anybody banged up or injured, or are we pretty much good to go?
Well, we got, the normal nicks and bruises, a few guys, banged up here and there. As I mentioned last week, Parker's out for the rest of the season. Zach might be a scratch tonight. We're not certain yet. We'll know more about that a little later. But outside of that, we should be pretty good to go. We're just, hoping to get through this game healthy. Got Logan after that, and then we'll have a bye week, and we'll have a little bit of time to rest and heal then. But right now, like I said, it's nothing outside of the normal bumps and bruises that you accumulate over a high school football season, especially when you're already at the midway point.
Like I said, with the two undefeated teams, a lot of media will be here tonight. But are you having any trouble keeping the confidence level up of your team where they've been pretty much all season?
No, I mean, honestly, this group of kids is they're real even keel. They have a goal in mind, which is to get to Wheeling. I mean, we've not shied away from that. There's a couple things that we'd like to do in between, but we got to take it a game at a time. And they've been focused, like I said, on Mingo this week. Like I said, when it comes to game planning, you have to be concentrating on that one opponent that's in front of you and not looking too far down the road. So, it would be great if we accomplish a few goals. Scott's never won a Cardinal Conference championship. They've only been undefeated in the regular season one time. So all those things would be great. But at the end of the day, we got to play Mingo tonight, and that's going to be a tough contest. So that's where their focus is right now.
Coach, good luck in tonight's game. Head coach Jeremy Dolan, the head coach of the Scott Skyhawks. We'll be back with more of our Par-Mar Stores pregame show after this. You're listening to Black and Gold Football. And
hey, Jake from State Farm.
We have to know.
Yeah. These are State Farm pajamas. No, what if we have to talk to somebody about our policy, but it's late at night? Call us 24/7.
Great, because what if someone still calls his mom for everything?
We'll walk you through everything. At State Farm, we're there for your what-ifs.
Oh, yeah, Mom, everything's great. Yeah. I mean, not my mom.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
At Miller Brothers Pharmacy, we are dedicated to providing outstanding personalized customer service at an affordable price. We are your one-stop shop for all your pharmacy and medical needs. Our staff has over 90 years of experience, so you can count on fast, personal attention. Our pharmacy is proud to offer delivery service for your convenience with free delivery for patients within Madison and Danville city limits. Contact a member of our team about delivery today. At Hanley Funeral Home, we offer unique opportunities for families to create healing moments after loss. With over 55 years of experience serving the Boone, Logan, and Lincoln communities, our staff will help you discover ways to pay tribute, whether that be at a burial service at one of our cemeteries or a personalized lasting memorial. Visit us at www.handleyfh.com or call 304-369-0718. The Handley family of business thanks you for your support.
Back at Skyhawk Field, the Scott Skyhawk Marching Band making their way down to the front of the home side stands to, I guess, what we're going to get here for the national anthem coming up. Want to thank everyone for tuning in tonight to listen to the broadcast and watch on video productions and listen to our Skyhawk Sports Network team. One shout-out I want to give out to real quick, our buddy Ira Hanley. He's still in the hospital recuperating but watching on video productions tonight. So we want to wish him a speedy recovery, and we miss him. He's not been around for a few weeks, but he's on the mend, and we wish him very much. Plus, everyone listening around the country. We've had so many texts and people saying they are listening in and watching the games here online, and we appreciate that very much. A little confusion. Our kick tonight will be at 7:06. We still got about 9 minutes till kickoff time. The band is making their way on the field, and I think we're getting ready for our national anthem. So we will go ahead and step aside and take another 2-minute break. We get back. We'll give you the starting lineups for tonight's matchup between the 4th-ranked Scott Skyhawks and the 5th-ranked Mingo Central Miners here on the Skyhawk Sports Network on WZAC Video Productions and the Skyhawk Sports Network.
Thornhill, our goal is to provide you with the best automotive experience.
From our state-of-the-art facilities, amenities, and certified staff, we call family.
You'll be offered the best experience you deserve.
We take pride in our focus for customer care, bringing the best quality and support for all of our customers' needs.
What are you waiting for? It's your time to get behind the wheel with Thornhill.
Get started now at thornhillautomotive.com.
Just tag it at Thornhill, where it's all here for you. US 119 Chapmanville and Logan, WV to Belfry, Kentucky.
At Hanley Funeral Home, we offer unique opportunities for families to create healing moments after loss. With over 55 years of experience serving the Boone, Logan, and Lincoln communities, our staff will help you discover ways to pay tribute, whether that be at a burial service at one of our cemeteries or a personalized lasting memorial. Visit us at www.handleyfh.com or call 304-369-0718. The Handley family of business thanks you for your support.
The Southern Pineapple in downtown Madison is your choice for women's clothing and accessories. They have styles that fit all ages, along with local handmade jewelry. From elegant to everyday wear, the Southern Pineapple is your place to shop. Find us on Facebook, subscribe to our page, so you can see all the latest products and inventory. Come and shop at our unique boutique and be sweet.
At Miller Brothers Pharmacy, we are dedicated to providing outstanding personalized customer service at an affordable price. We are your one-stop shop for all your pharmacy and medical needs. Our staff has over 90 years of experience, so you can count on fast, personal attention. Our pharmacy is proud to offer delivery service for your convenience with free delivery for patients within Madison and Danville city limits. Contact a member of our team about delivery today.
Tonight, the Scott Skyhawks 5-0 host the 5-0 Mingo Central Miners, and these two teams have met several times over the years, and Mingo actually holds the record 6-1. Scott beat Mingo in football for the first time a year ago here at Scout Field by a score of 34-6. And Chris Barrett, while we've got a little bit of time, let's go ahead and do our starting lineups tonight. First, we'll take a look at the starting offense for the Mingo Central Miners.
Up front for Mingo, going left to right. Left tackle number 72, the junior Logan Hurley. Left guard number 51, senior J.C. Lester. At the center position, number 57, senior Chaz Wayne. At right guard, number 56, junior Riley Hatfield. At right tackle, number 73, junior Gary Pope. Wide receivers will be number 4, senior Malachi Shepard. Number 24, Aiden Burke, a sophomore. Number 2, a senior Deuce Prater. And number 3, a senior Tyler Mitchum. At the running back position will be number 10, a senior Dylan Vance. And calling signals will be number 9, a 6'2", 195-pound senior Chris Ross.
And we'll first take a look at the defensive starting lineup tonight for the Skyhawks. Scott is going with a 4-man line tonight. Nose guard will be headed up by senior Trent Bice, and the other guard will be senior Daniel Holston. On the defensive ends will be sophomore Mason Brown, and on the other side will be a junior Dalton Milam. In the middle linebacker positions tonight will be senior Caden Mills and junior Ty Mitchell. On the outside linebackers on the right side will be junior David Fennessy, and on the left side will be senior Jax McCarty. At the cornerback positions tonight will be Carter McClung on the left side. He's a junior, and also junior Isaiah Bush will be on the right side. And playing strong safety tonight will be the junior speedster Carson Brenniger. And now let's take a look at the defensive lineup for the Miners.
We'll start with the inside interior defensive lineman at that nose tackle, number 22, Amani Lovett. He's a senior. At the two tackle position will be number 77, junior Jace Harmon, and number 42, junior Ashton Kinzer. The two defensive ends will be number 11, Alex Muncie. He's a senior. And number 27, junior James Moore. Linebackers will be number 32, freshman Tegan Hackney, and number 5, a junior Laquez Strother. The defensive backs will be number 3, a senior Tyler Mitchum, and number 2, a senior Deuce Prater. And the two safeties will be number 4, Malachi Shepard. He's a senior, and number 24, sophomore Aiden Burke. The head coach for Mingo Central will be David Jones, assisted by Terry Harrison, Michael Shepard, Josh Sammons, Bob Goebel, Chris Burns, Garrett Bevins, Derek Moore, Terry Harrison, Nate Siggers, and Matt Harris.
And now let's take a look at the offensive starting lineup tonight for the Scott Skyhawks. At center will be a senior Chase Dials. Chase comes in at 5'10", 220 pounds. The two guards will be Braden Queen, a senior, 5'8", 226 on one side. On the other side will be junior Will Toller. He comes in at 5'11", 250 pounds. The tackles tonight, getting his first start of the season, number 64, Gavin Bice. He comes in at 5'10", 247 on one side, and Ty Mitchell, the junior, comes in on the other side. Mitchell comes in at 6'1", 214 pounds. At tight end will be number 10, Jax McCarty. He's a senior, 6'4", 216 pounds on one side. On the other end will be junior Braden Clark. He comes in at 6'2", 162 pounds. Also at wide receiver tonight will be number 6, Isaiah Bush, 5'11", 158. And in the backfield, the starting tailback is number 22, Preston Cooper, a senior, 5'11", 192, and Carson Brenniger, a junior, comes in at 5'10", 177 pounds. And the starting quarterback will be the senior, Matt Fry. He comes in at 6'1", 172. The head coach for the Scott Skyhawks is Jeremy Dolan, the associate head coach Dean Brenniger, the offensive coordinator Glenn Fry, the defensive coordinator is Eric McCung. The other assistant coaches are Todd Mitchell, Josh Sharps, Richard Chandler, Roger White, Sean Elkins, Nick Mullins, Shane Queen, Timmy Brown, and Kevin McCarty. Trainers for the Skyhawks, Ben Bush and Chris Lester, and the equipment managers are Kyle Breelove and DJ Warner. You know, we got to talk a little bit about Matt Fry, his season total so far. He's 75 for 109, 69% completion rate, 1,650 yards, 19 touchdowns, and only 3 interceptions. You know, that's phenomenal for a high school quarterback in any form or fashion you look at it.
It really is. We've seen it the last 2 years. You know, he's gotten better in the decision-making process, and you can just see him progress through his reads. And it also helps to have the speed on the outside like he does. That opens up the run game for Preston Cooper. And when Preston Cooper is able to pull off the runs and the offensive line's able to open up the holes, it only enhances the passing game. So, you know, a lot of it is Matt Fry and how great he is, but it's also just an absolute shout-out to the offense as a whole.
And receiving, Carson Brenniger has 32 receptions, 648 yards, and 8 touchdowns. David Fennessy on defense leads it with 54 tackles. He's got 7 tackles for loss, 3 sacks, and 1 fumble recovery, and an interception. So the Skyhawk team this year is well-balanced across the line, both offensively and defensively.
Yeah, and I think that's a testament to, you know, that team last year was a great team where there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But I think what the difference is this year from last year is Scott's defense. Scott defensively, you know, they are a lot better when it comes to playing assignment football. They're able to stop the run, especially against running teams this year, a lot better than what they have been in the past. And also they're just more sure tacklers than what they have been in the last couple of years.
And the captains for both teams are making their way to midfield for the coin toss. The captains for the Skyhawks is Matt Fry, Preston Cooper, Chase Dowles, and Braden Queen. So they are now meeting with the captains of the Mingo Central Miners. And Chris Ross, the quarterback for Mingo Central, is one of them. I can't see the numbers of the other 3 players on your end, Chris. He'll take a look through the binoculars.
Number 57. Number 11.
Number 57 is Chaz Wayne. Did you say number 7?
Number 11. And I can't see the
number 11 is Alex Muncie.
I can't see the third one to the right.
We'll get it there in a minute. They have thrown, it looks like the coin, or maybe they're getting ready to, but there's a whole host of.
Is it a ceremonial coin? Or
I'm not sure. Nobody really said, but they're out at midfield on top of the Skyhawks head there at the 50, going through the process, and we will know here very shortly who wins the toss tonight. And it seems like Scott has won the toss the last couple of games, and they chose to go on offense to take the opening kick and to defer the kick for the second half. And here we go. We line them up, and it looks like the Scout, the other. And it looks like Scott will receive, and they'll receive from our right toward the baseball field. The other captain for the Mingo Central Miners is Malachi. I'm sorry. Jerome Shepard was the other captain. So, and both teams are ready to get this game underway. Scott wearing gold jerseys tonight with black sleeves and a traditional black pants and that Skyhawk helmet. Mingo Central wearing all white tonight. White helmets with the Mingo logo on each side. White jerseys with dark gray numerals and Mingo across the chest. And they are making their way out to the 40-yard line to kick the ball and get this game underway.
Looks like it'll be number 4, Malachi Shepard, will be doing the kickoff for the Miners.
Back deep will be Carson Brenniger and Braden Clark and Isaiah. Isaiah Bush is back deep for the Skyhawks. And the kicker has it teed up for the Miners. They'll be going from our left to right. And we are ready to get this battle underway between the undefeateds in Southern West Virginia. The kick, it's a end-over-end kick. It is taken by, Isaiah Bush will get it around the 20. He drops back. He's across the 20, and he'll go forward to about the 24, and that's where the Skyhawks will start their opening drive at their own 24-yard line.
It was a low line drive kick that kind of took a short hop on Isaiah Bush right in front of him, and whenever it did, it popped up and kind of went off of his left shoulder pad and went in the air, and he had to go back and retrieve it and get his momentum back, going back up the field.
So we'll see how the test shakes out tonight for the Skyhawks. They will send Isaiah Bush, Braden Clark to the far side. Also, Carson Brenninger to the far side. Jax McCarty lines up to the near side. Matt Fry goes from the gun. Fry takes a snap, hands it off to Preston Cooper, comes to the near side. He's across the 30 and more. He's into 40, 50. He may break it. He's going down the sideline. He goes out of bounds around the 30. Well, let's see where they spot the ball. They're going to give it to him at the Mingo Central 30-yard line. What a run by Preston Cooper. He come out of nowhere. Here's the instant replay for Miller Brothers on Video Productions. He comes to the near side, steps upfield across the 40, midfield, and this turns it on. One defender catches up with him and takes him out of bounds at the Mingo Central 30.
Jax McCarty picked up the block that sprung him right there and was able to open up that hole.
Same lineup for Scott. They'll send three receivers far side, single wide out to the near side. Fry from the gun. And he takes a snap, fakes the handoff, completes to Carson Brenninger across the middle. Brenninger breaks. He's at the 5. He goes down just short of the goal line. He is going to go down, it looks like, at the 3-yard line. It'll be first and goal for the Skyhawks.
That's another Skyhawk first down.
Here's the Stevens Auto instant replay on Video Productions. You can see just breaks through that hole, breaks a tackle, and just tripped up, or he would have been in the end zone for the touchdown. Here come the Skyhawks out of the huddle. Once again, they'll go the same formation, send three receivers wide to the far side. Carson Brenninger, the lone running back, to the right of Fry. Fry takes a snap, fakes it, he'll keep it, he'll go up the middle. He's into the end zone. Matt Fry for the touchdown for Scott. 11:03, less than 1 minute off the clock. And Skyhawks run a quarterback keeper right up the middle from the 3-yard line. And Scott is on the board with 6 points. Looks like Scott is going to attempt to kick the extra point with Cameron Green on the field to kick for Scott. Cole Elkins will be the holder. David Fennessy, the long snapper. Snap is back, ball down, kick is up, and looks good from here, and it is good. And the Scott Skyhawks jump out to a 7-0 lead with 11:03 remaining here in the first quarter. We'll take our first break. You're listening to Scott Skyhawks on WZAC Video Productions and the Skyhawk Sports Network. Field where the Skyhawks have already struck with the opening touchdown here in their opening drive of the ball game with Mingo Central. And teeing it up for the Skyhawks is Ryan Neal, and Scott will be kicking from our right to left. And that's the way Scott needed to start this game. They needed to make a quick strike, and they've done that.
Yeah, it's starting fast is what the Skyhawks have to do in order to be progressively high-powered.
Here comes Neal with the kick. It's a end-over-end kick. It will be taken at the 34-yard line, and about a 5-yard return is all Mingo Central is going to get. On the return is Amani Lovett, and they'll start their opening drive. It looks like at the Mingo Central 39-yard line. Actually, they're going to give it to them at the 40. Starting quarterback for the Mingo Central Miners will be senior Chris Ross. Ross is 6'2", 195. He'll go from the gun with a single running back with him. They'll send out twin receivers to the far side. Handoff to the lone running back in the backfield. That is number 10, Dylan Vance. He will go forward for about 4 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 6. Skyhawks have got a new line marker out there tonight. It's lighted. It's got the downs on it. A little impressive.
Yeah, I can actually see that one from over here.
Exactly. 2nd down and 6 for Mingo Central. Ross, quarterback. Vance, the lone running back in the backfield. Takes the handoff, fires across the way, and he is hit for a loss on the far side in front of the Mingo Central bench.
Isaiah Bush.
Number 24 on the catch, Aiden Burke. And he went down quick. Loss on the play of 2. 3rd down and 8 now for the Miners.
Yeah, good job there by Isaiah Bush. He seen that from the get-go, and as soon as he seen that bubble screen was coming out, he fought his way through a block out there by the receiver and was able to meet that. As soon as the ball was caught, he was able to come up with that hit and knock him backwards for a loss of about 2 yards, almost
Actually,
2.5.
about 2.5, that's right. Mingo brings 3 receivers near side, 1 to the far side. Lone running back, quarterback drops back. He's looking this side of the field. He's under some pressure. He's scrambling to his right, and he will unload it, and it's through the hands of number 24 once again, Aiden Burke. He can't hang on to it. Incomplete. 4th down, Mingo Central.
Mingo got away with a hold right here on the Scott sideline at about the 35-yard line. And look fortunate that it's right there, as you can see on the replay, as it was Dalton Milam got through there really, really quick and kind of got tugged as he was making his way towards the quarterback.
And Ross is going to go back deep. He must be the punter for Mingo Central. And it is Carson Brenniger back deep for Scott. David Fennessy in the midfield. And it will be an end-over-end kick. It will hit at the 43. It'll roll out of bounds over around the 35-yard line. Let's see where they mark it. And they're going to mark it at the 34. So Scott will get their 2nd drive of the night, starting at their own 34-yard line.
Yeah, just a good job there by the Scott defense. The Mingo Central Miners tried to roll the pocket out, get Ross on the move, and try to find an open receiver, but Scott did a really good job of getting pressure and forced him to go backwards instead of to his right, and it made for a terrible throw opportunity for Ross to try to pick up the 1st down.
Scott sends 2 receivers far side, single wide out to the near side. Matt Fry. And looks like Brenniger in motion. Handoff to Preston Cooper. Cooper's across the line. He'll pick up a couple. He'll run it to the right, to the far side of the field, to the Mingo Central side of the field. Mingo Central brought a nice crowd over tonight. The visiting bleachers pretty well packed. They're at about, looks like about 95%, and a great crowd on the Skyhawks side of the field. And we're at least, it looks like standing room only.
Pickup of 2 on the play.
2nd and 8. Brenniger and Bush come to the near side. Fry hands it off to Cooper Martin once again, or Preston Cooper rather. Cooper goes up the right side once again. He'll make his way up to the 40-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and about 4.5. 2nd down, 3rd down and 5, I'm sorry. They will spot the ball just outside the 40, pretty close to the 39-yard line. Scott comes out of the huddle quickly. Plenty of time on the play clock. Game clock at 8:34.
Watch Jax McCarty slipping out on the RPO right here.
Matt Fry, toss to Brenniger. Brenniger trying to get outside. Flag on the play. He's hit. Oh, and a late hit out of bounds. And there's the flag. Brenniger with a hit, man.
I think they're going to get David Fennessy for a push after the play. I don't think it's going to be on.
Yeah, it should have been. I didn't see the push, but it was looked like a late hit. The officials are talking out on the field. You'll see it on the Miller Brothers replay here on Video Productions. Brenniger on the little pitch toss, coming to the near side. The flag was thrown early.
Watch right here. Fennessy comes up.
Holding against Scott will be the penalty. The 2nd flag is personal foul against Mingo Central. So double penalties there. One against Scott, one against Mingo Central. And now the officials are talking about which way does the ball go. The line markers are still showing 3rd down and about 4.
It should be replay down. Or are they going to mark off 10 and then mark off 15?
Maybe that's what they're going to do. They marked off the 10-yard penalty against Scott. Now they're marking off the 15-yard penalty against Mingo Central. Automatic, that'll be a first down for Scott. Ball will be just outside, or I guess inside the Scott 45-yard line. 1st and 10, Skyhawks. Isaiah Bush lines up near side, 3 receivers to the far side. Breniger in motion, fakes the handoff, pass across the middle, complete to Jax McCarty. He's down to the Scott, or the Mingo Central 40-yard line. And that'll be another Scott first down on about a 14-yard pass play.
Yeah, again, just seeing Jax McCarty being able to, he's open just about every play. It's just whether or not Matt Fry has time to find him. But he does a really good job of just kind of slipping out from that little position right there. We're normally lined up right on the tight end position.
McCarty was kind of like in a circle of Mingo Central defenders. Here goes Scott. Fry, Breniger in motion, hands off to Preston Cooper up the middle, and Cooper goes 5 yards easily, about 6 yards. Let's see where they spot it, and they're going to give him a nice spot at the 33-yard line. Gain of 8.
Brings up 2nd down.
Gain of 8. 2nd down and 2. Actually, it's going to be about 2.5.
2 3/4.
Yeah, somewhere in that ballpark. Skyhawks out of the huddle. Game clock at 7:30 and turning. Skyhawks lead 7-0. Matt Fry calling the signals. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff, fires across the way. Isaiah Bush pulled one out of the air. Absolutely great catch at the 25. And that'll be another Scott Skyhawk first down.
Yeah, that was a high-thrown ball, and as you can see, if Isaiah Bush doesn't get his hands on it right here, that's an easy interception potentially for Mingo Central, and then it's kind of a foot race to the end zone.
But that was an awesome catch. He just reached up there and pulled it out with both hands. Skyhawks out and set. Braden Clark lines up to the near side. Matt Fry calls the signals, takes the snap, hands it off to Preston Cooper up the middle. He's got some room. He's across the 25, down to the 20, still on his feet. He gets inside the 20. They have got him tied up with about 2 or 3 Mingo Central defenders, and they're going to give him all the way down to, looks like the 12-yard line. Here it is on the Stevens Auto Instant Replay on Video Productions. They stopped him once, and he just kept digging and kind of broke loose. They had to hurt him up and finally bring him down. Actually, they're saying it was only a gain of 8, so it'll be 2nd down and 1 for Scott. Gain of 9. Fry from the gun. Fakes the handoff. Fry he'll go up the middle. He'll have the first down up the middle. He'll be down close to the 10-yard line. It'll be first down for Scott. It's going to be 1st and goal. Actually, there's, I guess, a chance if they get the ball right down to the goal line that they can pick up a first down, but it's pretty much, well, I guess it's at about the 10.5 from the angle. So they could pick up a first down. Braden Clark, Carson Breniger lines up wide. Isaiah Bush to the near side. Matt Fry and Preston Cooper in the backfield. There comes Breniger in motion. Hand off to Breniger. Breniger looking. He turns up the middle. He's inside down to the 5-yard line. A gain of 5, and it should be 2nd and 5 for the Skyhawks.
Carson Breniger on the carry.
And that's where they'll spot the ball, right on the 5-yard line, right in the middle of the field. Breniger comes over and talks to Glenn Fry, the offensive coordinator, gets the play and quickly goes back to the Skyhawk huddle. 5:23 on the game clock. 23 on the play clock. Scott set. Fry takes it, hands it off to Preston Cooper. Cooper turns up into the middle. He's into the end zone for the touchdown. Preston Cooper on a 5-yard run. And Scott has 2 touchdowns with 5:08 remaining. Here's the instant replay by Stevens Auto. Cooper just taking his time looking and finally finds that hole up the right-hand side and scores the 2nd Scott touchdown.
Yeah, that's been the opening medicine for Scott so far. Here's that halfback off tackle. They've been able to hit it for a couple different times on some big games. First play of the game.
Green is on to attempt to kick the extra point. Once again, the ball is down, a flag on the play, and they'll stop it. And waiting on the signal. It's like offsides or motion.
The VAR official, I think, said offsides against Mingo. And that was exactly what it is, because now Scott's going to go for the two-point conversion.
Go for the two-point conversion. So Matt Fry and company comes back into the lineup. It'll be about, a yard and a half?
Yes, 1.5 yard line is where it'll be placed.
Big penalty. So Scott is lined up to run the two-point conversion. Matt Fry goes under center. He drops back, hands it off to Carson Brenniger. Brenniger's around the outside. He's in for the two-point conversion. And the Scott Skyhawks lead by a score of 15-0 with 5:08 to over Mingo Central. And Scott runs the two-point conversion, and we will take a timeout. The score, Scott 15, Mingo Central 0. You're listening to the Skyhawks Sports Network on WZAC Video Productions and the Skyhawks Sports Network. Their annual health fair coming up next Friday at the Madison Civic Center, and they will have their flu shots available and a lot of other things. You can get your annual, a lot of people go get their annual blood work and so forth done at the BMH Health Fair, Health and Wellness Fair, and coming up this Friday. The hours are from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Madison Civic Center this coming Friday. Did you think Scott would be able to put back-to-back touchdowns together this early in the contest, Chris?
I mean, you don't put anything past how quick this Scott offense can strike. I mean, we've seen him be able to hit one-play touchdowns from the get-go. So, no, it doesn't surprise me, but it also kind of does surprise me that Scott's able to run like they've been able to, because that's kind of been Mingo Central's MO, is stopping the run. And you know, looking at their scores, you can tell because the teams that they've played are running football teams. So, you know, for Scott to have this success this early from on the run game is surprising, yes. But being able to put up 2 touchdowns in their first 2 possessions, it's not a big surprise.
But like I said, I think that's what they needed to do, just like they did against Point. They had to strike early, and they've struck twice already. So 5:08 to go in the first quarter, and Scott leads the Mingo Central Miners by a score of 15-0. Mingo receiving team coming out on the field. The Scott kicking team now making their way out as Ryan Neal will tee it up and kick it away for the Skyhawks. They will be going from our right to left. Back deep for Mingo Central, standing on about the 20-yard line, is Jacob Blankenship, and across the way is Dylan Vance. Neal has it teed up, and he is taking his steps back. Neal is ready. The Skyhawks are ready. Here comes Neal. The kick is a high end-over-end kick, comes to the near side of the field, and the return man will go nowhere. What a shoestring tackle by Scott's number 32. That is Carter McClung, and I mean, he made a heck of a tackle back here on the near side of the field in front of the Scott bench. Here's the Stevens Auto instant replay.
And to be honest with you, Joe, if he doesn't make that tackle, it's probably a big pickup there for Mingo Central.
The Miners will start the drive at their own 41-yard line. 1st and 10. They'll spread it out. They'll send 3 receivers to the near side and wide out to the far side. Quarterback Chris Ross from the gun. Got a man in motion, Muncie. He'll just move from one side to the other. Hands off to the lone running back. Runs into a pile of gold jerseys at the line of scrimmage. Actually, it looks like he's going to lose a yard. And on the carry,
number 10, Dylan Vance.
Yeah.
Loss on the play.
And it looks like number 51 for Mingo Central
Skyhawks
is Jay Lester. He looked like he was a little slow getting up. Yeah, I think the pile kind of fell on top of him as he was trying to pick up his block.
Loss of a yard on the play, 2nd down and 11. Miners go 3 receivers near side, single wide out far side. Ross drops back, wants to pass. He Hail Marys it down the field. It is going to be off the fingertips. Number 4 on the far side of the field, Michaela Jerome Shepard, incomplete. 3rd down.
Yeah, Malachi Shepard had a chance at it, but it was a good, really good coverage over there from Isaiah Bush. He had his head around the whole time and was able to watch that through. Didn't make contact with the receiver and was able to get in there and kind of make a little bit of a shield in between Shepard from making that catch.
Isaiah Bush was right on top of him, but that was a heck of a throw by Ross.
It was.
And it could have been a good
really
catch.
Tight window right there.
3rd down and 11 now for Mingo Central. Now they'll go twin receivers each side. Fakes the handoff, fires one across the middle, and it is it complete?
Yes, it is complete.
At the 40,
Mingo.
See where they spotted. Give him a good spot at the 46. It'll be 4th down and 5 now for the Miners.
Aiden Burke was the one that come up with the catch, and Mingo kind of taking a page out of the Scott playbook, that RPO read option that we see, puts it in the belly of the running back and then fires a ball out to the slant to Burke, and is able to bring up a 4th and 5 situation. It looks like Mingo, already down 15-0, is going to gamble right here and try to go for it right here in between at midfield.
And they line up to go for it at 4th down and 5. 3 receivers, far side, single wide out to the near side. Quarterback drops back, rolls left, and he's got some room, and the pass is caught out of bounds. And that should be incomplete. Oh, I can't believe they're going to give that to him. Mingo, the officials say he caught the ball inbounds. Here's the Stevens Auto instant replay. Quarterback rolls to the right. It's tipped off one player.
He caught it. Wow.
And he really barely had a foot. Man, he got lucky on that one. That's all I can say. 1st down, Mingo Central. They'll pick up their first down of the ball game. They'll have it at the Scott 45-yard line. 1st and 10.
Off the tip. That's a really good hand-eye coordination right there, and a really good job of getting that foot down. Malachi Shepard.
Here they go from the gun. Quarterback hands it off this time. He hits a wall instantly. I mean, instantly. Once again, back there this time is Ty Mitchell making the stop. And, I mean, they blistered him behind the line of scrimmage. Loss of 2, 2nd down and 12. Well, now they move it up, give him loss of 1, 2nd and 11.
Yeah, just as we've said the last couple weeks, these linebackers have been looking like they've been shot out of a cannon whenever they read run. And again, right here, Ty Mitchell come up out of his linebacker position, middle linebacker, and just absolutely blew that play up from the get-go.
Miners come out of the huddle. Plenty of time on the play clock. Game clock at 2:45 and ticking. Skyhawks lead 15-0. Chris Ross from the gun for Mingo. Drops back, wants to pass. He's under a ton of pressure. He throws one out here to about the line of scrimmage, and they'll get some positive yardage out of it. They say he went out of bounds at the 30.
Pass complete.
35?
Out of bounds by number 32.
36.
36-yard line. So now it'll be 3rd down and 1 for Mingo Central.
Yeah, actually, if you looked at the replay right there, it was a screen, and it was kind of blown up from the beginning, and Ross had to roll out to his right even more, and actually almost got picked by the referee.
The official
used
saved
the
him.
referee as a pick right after that.
Let's make some noise.
Here come the Miners out of the huddle. Ross will go from the gun. Looks like they're going to go 3 receivers far side, single wide out to the near side. 3rd and 1 for Mingo. And they're going to keep quarterback keeper and a flag on the play. And they'll pick up the first down on the quarterback keeper by Chris Ross. Let's see what the officials will call. Officials are meeting up at the 35 on the far side, hash mark.
As of right now, it's about a 5-yard gain down to the 31-yard line.
Illegal procedure, false start against Mingo Central. So they'll bring them back 5 yards. It'll be 3rd down and 6 now for the Miners. Ball now spotted at the Scott 41-yard line. .225 rolling clock here in the first quarter. Skyhawks up by 2 touchdowns. Miners come out of the huddle. They'll send twin receivers each way. Quarterback goes from the gun. Fakes the handoff, comes across the receiver wide open at the 30, trying to make some headway, and he goes down inside the 30 at around the 27-yard line.
Another RPO look as it was Aiden Burke, the one that comes up with the catch, puts it in the belly of the running back and then fires it out to the slant over the middle of the field, and it's able to pick up the first down and a little bit more as they are now inside the 30-yard line down to the 27.
First and 10, Mingo. After they move the sticks.
Pick up a 14 on the play.
Looks like they're going to send, once again, 2 receivers each side of the ball. Single running back. Ross got a man in motion. And they're going to toss it to that man in motion. He's got a little hole. He'll make his way down to about the 25-yard line. Looks like number 4, Malachi Shepard on the carry.
Shepard on the carry.
And he's only going to gain a yard.
Short gain.
2nd down 9 for the Miners.
Yeah, that little pop pass where it brings them in motion. It's a modified version of the jet sweep. Instead of handing it off, it's a little bit of a quicker way of getting that play off. They just kind of pop pass it forward, much like WVU's offense back in the Orange Bowl back in the day. And you see Malachi Shepard, he's probably their best athlete. Trying to get him into space is going to be crucial for Mingo going forward.
Mingo out of the huddle, twin receivers. Actually triple, and they're going to hand it off up the middle. He goes down quickly at the line of scrimmage.
Going to lose one.
And, yep, going to lose a yard. It is 3rd down and 9 now for Mingo Central. The ball at the 26-yard line. Here's the instant replay on Stevens Auto. Instant replay here on Video Productions. I mean, as soon as he took the ball out of Ross's hand, he went down quickly.
Caden Mills was one of the first ones there for Scott.
Play clock at 20 and turning, game clock. And that'll end the first quarter because we're in the 10-second mark. And that will end the first quarter play. The Scott Skyhawks 15, the Mingo Central Miners 0. You're listening to Scott Skyhawk Football on WZAC Video Productions and the Skyhawk Sports Network.
Hey, Jake from State Farm.
We have to know.
Yeah, these are State Farm pajamas.
No, what if we have to talk to somebody about our policy, but it's late at night?
Call us 24/7.
Great. Because what if someone still calls his mom for everything?
We'll walk you through everything. At State Farm, we're there for your what-ifs.
Oh, yeah, Mom, everything's great. Yeah. I mean, not my mom.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
The Tint Guy has big news. The newest location is now open in Barboursville. Voted best in the Valley since 2020. Getting your windows tinted is now twice as easy. Go to the best, the Tent Guy.
Hey, Tent Guy here. Come see us at our new location in Barbersville.
Here's the voice of the Scott Skyhawks, Joe Linville.
1 quarter in the books, and the Scott Skyhawks out to a 2-touchdown lead. They lead it by a score of 15-0 over Mingo Central. They had 2 good working drives. Matt Fry, the quarterback, scored on the first one on a 3-yard quarterback keeper, and then on the second touchdown was Preston Cooper from 5 yards out. And they've made the PAT on both of them. They kicked the first one, and Matt Fry on a quarterback keeper on the second one ran it in. And Scott sticking to their game plan so far, Chris, as they lead it 15-0 here going into the second quarter.
Yeah, and like I said, the most surprising thing isn't the score because, we know that Scott can put up points. I think it's the fact that Scott has had such an easy time running the football. I really thought that Scott was going to have to rely on their passing game here the way that Mingo's been able to shut down some decent running games this year. But Scott's been a good job of getting a good push up front. Their big tight end, Jax McCarty's come up with a couple big blocks to spring Preston Cooper in the running game. And then they're feeding off the running game into the passing game. A couple RPO throws out to the outside to Isaiah Bush and Carson Brenniger. And then defense right now, this is a spread offense from Mingo, but they are a run first oriented team, and right now Scott's blowing up the run game.
It'll be 3rd down and 9 for Mingo Central when we get the second quarter underway. The ball is spotted at the Scott 26-yard line on the facilities building end of the field. And I think everybody is ready to go except the guy out there, the guy with the big red shirt on out there, that the sign that says TV timeout.
Now you got TV here, we actually have to wait on somebody. They don't care about us. They just go, and we got to cut commercial. But
exactly. But the Scout defense on the field, they are ready to get this second quarter underway. Now here come the Miners.
To start the second quarter.
Chris Rossi, quarterback for Mingo Central, senior. They will line up, looks like 2 receivers to each side of the field. Ross will go from the gun. And we are ready to get the second quarter underway finally. Twin receivers each side of the field for Mingo. They go tight. Ross drops back. He wants to pass. He's under a ton of pressure. He'll get by one Skyhawk, but the second one he will not get by. And for the Skyhawks, bringing him down is Dalton Milam.
Yeah, pocket collapsed on him, and he tried to step up and take off. But a good job there by Dalton Milam. He's able to get down there and kind of trip up the quarterback, who otherwise had a lane to pick up probably about 3 or 4 yards right there to make it a more manageable fourth down play.
You can see there on the instant replay, he had to do something quick. He was under a ton of pressure. He'll pick up 2, or actually none.
Yeah,
no gain on the play. 4th down and 9. Mingo taking all the time they can burn up. Play clock at 12, game clock 11:15. Now the Miners quickly come out of the huddle. They try to get set quick. They'll send twin receivers each side of the field. Ross, the quarterback, takes it, drops back. He'll roll left. He's looking, and he's scrambling. He'll throw one down the field, and a flag on the play.
They're going to get him for throwing. It's a forward pass. He was behind in front of the line of scrimmage.
I was going to say he went down the field a pretty good way before he ever threw the ball. And then the official right there at the goal line threw a late flag, as you'll see the quarterback on the replay.
Illegal forward pass, although it was really close.
Yeah, and then there was the flag there at the end zone. So now the officials are talking things over to decide what they need to do. It should come back, but you never know with these guys.
I mean, the worst case scenario looking like right here is it's replay down because there's 2 fouls on both teams. But
now the one official's coming over to talk to Coach Dolan on the Scott sideline. There's 2 penalties. Yeah, legal man downfield is the first signal, and that one's declined. And then illegal touching against Mingo Central.
It's a loss of down, Scott.
And the ball, or turnover, goes to the Scott Skyhawks. So big break on that play as Mingo Central was driving the ball well, and they get down to the goal line and can't do anything with it. So the Mingo Central defense now on the field, and the Scott offense ready to put this drive together. They are starting at the Scott 26-yard line. Now the officials coming over talking to, I think they're, now they're still discussing on what's going on.
Yeah, you got 2 officials down here at the goal line talking something over.
They haven't realized that, well, they've not moved the sticks yet either. It still says 4th and 9, Mingo Central. So apparently, well, the Mingo Central defense is on the field. Now they're marking a penalty off. They bring the ball up to the 31-yard line, and now the official signals first down Scott. So it is the Skyhawks ball at their own 31-yard line.
I'm not sure what the penalty's for, though, because it's just a loss of down. It doesn't add anything to.
And now the officials back here talking to Matt Fry and Preston Cooper in the backfield. Anyway, Scott's ready to get going here. 1st and 10 Skyhawks. Fry from the gun. Single wide out far side. Triple receivers near side. Hands off to Preston Cooper. Cooper comes to the near side. Turns up the field past the 30. He's caught at the 36. Finally wrestled and brought down out of bounds up around the 37, 38-yard line.
Yeah, just a halfback off tackle right there coming to this near side. And you see Carson Brenner does a good job of getting a block to spring Preston Cooper for about 2 or 3 more yards.
If you'll see here on the replay, when they stop him, he just kept working those feet, pushing forward, and they get up to the 38-yard line. 2nd down and 4 for Scott. Fry from the gun. Fry takes a snap, hands it off to Cooper once again, comes near side, 1st down and more. He goes down at the 45-yard line. So that should be a 1st down for the Skyhawks and a nice run there for Preston Cooper.
Yeah, back-to-back 7-yard pickups for Preston Cooper. The Scott offensive line is doing a really good job of sealing off this edge and giving Preston Cooper a wide range of running on here this outside.
1st and 10, Scott at their own 45-yard line. Single wideouts to each side, tight ends on each side. Hand off to Cooper. He's coming to the near side once again. He's got a blocker. He's up to midfield. He'll go out of bounds. And it looks like at the Mingo Central 48-yard line.
Gain of about 6 brings up 2nd down.
It'll be 2nd down and 3.
Yeah, right here's where I think I might go to play action and just try it right here. As you can see, that offensive line is just doing a great job, helped out by the tight end, Jax McCarty, of sealing that edge and giving a lot of running room around this near side to us.
Scott will spread them out. 3 to the near side, single wide out the far side. Fry takes a snap, fakes the handoff. Wide open across the field, complete to Isaiah Bush at the Mingo Central 40, and that will be another Scott Skyhawk 1st down.
Yeah, they go right back to that RPO read option pick up 10 on the play. And you've seen right there, you had so many linebackers due to the running game and the big yards picked up in the running game that they come up to try to stop the run and left that slant off the outside wide open for Isaiah Bush. Easy pitch and catch.
Skyhawks set and ready. 1st and 10 at the Mingo Central 39-yard line, actually 38-yard line. Fry takes it, hands it off to,
I believe that's going to be number 12, Caden
yep,
Sutphin.
Caden Sutphin gets a carry for Scott. He will pick up 4, 2nd down and 6. They'll move the ball down and spot it at the minor 35-yard line. Skyhawks quickly out of the huddle. Plenty of time on the play clock. Game clock at 9:50 and turning. Fry from the gun. Calls the numbers. Takes the snap. Hands it off to Preston Cooper. Cooper up the middle. He's at the 35. Down inside the 30. And, man, he just kept working his way down. He's close to a 1st down.
Yeah, he made a really good cutback right here. Had a guy on the instant replay, you can see, had a Mingo Central Minor right at the line of scrimmage that tried to pick him up. He does a good job of kind of lowering his head and getting under the arm tackle attempt. And because of that, he's able to pick up close to 1st down yardage.
The head linesman is over here looking, and they want a timeout. They want a measurement. And we are, I don't think, going to be able to see it because of the Scott players on the sideline. But it's right in front of the Scott bench.
Is that ball on the 28 or the 29-yard line? I can't tell.
Well, I can't see it from this side. I thought they were going to spot it at the 28. But it is very, very close. Here come the chain gang across the field. Got Shaky Perry out there. He's got his 1972 football jersey on, which is number 72.
Let's hear it for our Skyhawk cheer squad. Captain Lyric
And now the
Spear,
officials get the stick.
Co-captain Harley Harvey.
And it is, they're trying to get a chain stretched out here.
Katie Sprouse.
1st down, Scott.
Haley Bowling.
So they'll move the sticks once again down to the 29-yard line.
Kennedy Hall. Ava Short.
9:28 to go in the 1st half. Scott leads at 15-0. Scott driving once again.
Thank you, ladies.
Now we're trying to get the sticks back across the field.
Got to get Shaky back across.
The officials going over with them to make sure they get set right.
And they did spot the ball at the 28. It was hard to see down here.
Yeah, I know. We couldn't really see the ball. 1st and 10, Scott. Mingo Central 28-yard line. Matt Fry and company set and ready to go. Twin receivers near side. Isaiah Bush lines up way wide on the far side. Fry from the gun. Fry takes it, fakes the handoff, pitches to Carson Brenninger. Brenninger goes left. He's inside the 25 down to about the 23, 24-yard line. And it looks like they're going to spot it at the 23. Yeah, 20. Yeah.
20. Yeah, you're right, 23.
Yep. A gain of 5, 2nd and 5. They caught Mingo Central's defense off kilter because he started coming right.
Edge so well that misdirection's going to be there.
Fry from the gun, twin wideouts each side of the field for Scott. Fry takes it, drops back, fires one across the way, complete. 2, and it's going to be a touchdown for the Scott Skyhawks. That is Isaiah Bush into the end zone for the Scott Skyhawks on a pass run play.
Yeah, just a little curl route that Isaiah Bush runs about 5 yards, sets down at the 1st down marker, and then he just makes the Mingo Central cornerback miss, and then he's able to tiptoe the sideline and get up into the end zone for a Skyhawk touchdown.
Seeing the replay there on Video Productions. 8:27 showing on a 2nd quarter clock, and Scott puts touchdown number 3 as Cameron Green is out to attempt to kick. The ball's down. The kick is up and away, and it is good. And the Skyhawks now lead this one by a score of 22-0. And we'll take a 1-minute timeout here on the Skyhawks Sports Network. You're listening to Black and Gold Football on WZAC Video Productions and the Sky.
Here at Caldwell Insurance Agency, I want to provide you with the best customer service available. I want to provide you with coverages that nobody else can provide you with, along with affordable rates. I promise you, when you come in this office, we will take better care of you than anybody else. Provide you with the best auto insurance, homeowners insurance, and life insurance. I want our family to be able to take care of your family, and I promise you we will be able to do that here at Caldwell Insurance Agency.
And the Skyhawks Sports Network.
Back here at Skyhawk Field, the Skyhawks lead it 22-0, 8:27 to go in the first half. And the Skyhawks, they're ready for this one. They're on fire so far here in tonight's ball game.
I mean, 3 drives. First drive was a 3-play, 76-yard touchdown. Second drive was a 10-yard, 66-yard touchdown drive. And then their third drive here, the first drive in the second quarter, is a 8-play, 69-yard that capped off with a touchdown. So, I mean, right now you can make the argument that Mingo Central's just not able to come up with an answer for the Skyhawk offense. It's been relatively easy moving the football for Scott. Not a very same argument that can be made for the Mingo Central Miners, as they have only been able to get into Skyhawk territory one time here, and that was right before this last drive where they had to turn it over on downs due to a penalty.
And the Skyhawks making their way out to the field. They'll be kicking from our left to right. Mingo Central now receiving team making their way, and you see the instant replay there. Bush catching the Matt Fry pass and making his way into the end zone. Ryan Neal has it teed up at the Scott 40 and ready to kick it away to the Miners. He was having pretty good kicks in warm-up. And Neal is ready. The Skyhawk kicking team set. And here comes Neal. Nice kick, end over end. It is taken at the 24-yard line, and they go right with it. And he is caught from behind and taken down at the 32-yard line. And that's where the Miners will put it in play.
Yeah, going to be about a 8-yard pickup for Dylan Vance, who is the returner for Mingo Central. Good job there by Ryan Neal of kind of making that to where he had to hesitate getting up to it, and then a good coverage there by the Scott kick team.
You've seen him take it about the 24 and returns it up to the 32, and about a 7-yard return. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Mingo Central Miners. Miners break the huddle. 17 seconds on the play clock. They'll send twin receivers each side of the field. Ross from the gun. Ross bottles it, and he fumbles it. He picks it up, and he is being chased down in the backfield. Finally throws it away, and and number 52 makes a hit. What are you going to say?
I was going to say number 2 was the one. I thought that's who you were.
No, I was talking about on the defense for Scott. Tom Mitchell made a heck of a hit. You'll see it here on the replay. Quarterback bobbles the ball. He is chased back there by a couple of Skyhawks. They just couldn't get to him and finally got the pass away, but it is completed for a 1-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down and 9 now for the Miners.
Yeah, Deuce Prater was the one that was able to come back to the ball, and Jones was able to find, but kind of running for his life right there and was able to just kind of throw one up into traffic.
Twin wideouts both sides for Mingo. He drops back once again, wants to pass, fires one across the field. It is in and out of the hands of Tyler Mitchum. incomplete. It brings up 3rd down and 9 now for the Miners. That ball it was a bullet, but it looked on target, but the receiver just could not catch it.
Behind the receiver Mitchum as he was coming across, had to kind of turn back. Still probably a catchable ball, but it was just a little behind the intended receiver, as you've seen on the video productions replay there.
That stops the clock. 7:29 to go here in the second quarter. Skyhawks lead at 22-0. Triple receivers now go to the far side of the field. Single wide out near side. Ross drops back, wants to pass, looks right. He's being pursued. He gets one loose down the field. It is caught at the 38-yard line. He'll fall forward, but it looked like he was on the ground pretty much when he caught it.
4th down and 1.
And now, is there a flag on the play? They're bringing the stick back. Not sure what's going on. You see on the replay, catches the ball. He was down well before he got. Oh, my goodness gracious. They're going to give him a 1st down.
No way.
You can make your own decision by watching video productions on that one. 1st and 10, Mingo Central. Ball at the 42-yard line, 43-yard line. Triple receivers will line up to the near side. Single wide out in front of the Mingo Central bench. Ross drops back, and he's under a ton of some pressure. He gets loose. He's scrambling for his life in the backfield, and he finally gets out of bounds up around the 44-yard line. He might gain a yard. Well, they give him a nice spot if they move it all the way up to the 45, and that looks like where they're going to give it to him.
Yeah, right now Scott is getting a clean rush around on the edges. It doesn't matter who they sub into the ball game. The speed of Scott's defensive ends are just getting upfield so quick that it's collapsing the pocket. And we've seen Ross a couple times being rolled out on bootlegs, but these last couple dropbacks have not been bootlegs. It's been a pocket collapsing and him having to run and scramble.
2nd and 8. Miners will send twin receivers each side of the field. Ross, quarterback, he'll come right, turns left, and pass is incomplete. It bounced out of his hands, down to the turf, and it goes incomplete.
Intended receiver was number 4, Malachi Shepard, on the play. But good misdirection there. The Mingo Central Miners, they start a roll out of bootleg to this near side, as they've done several times here tonight, and then try to come back and throw the tunnel screen back over to Malachi Shepard, but it was just up the field just a little too much, and he tried to make a diving play but was unable to come back to the ball enough.
3rd and 8 for the Miners, the ball at their own 45-yard line. They never did reset the play clock. Now they do at 25 seconds.
It's also an incomplete pass, and the clock is still going.
Chris Ross goes over to the sideline and gets the play, brings it back in. Play clock at 12 and rolling. Miners send out twin receivers to each side. Ross from the gun. Ross drops back. He'll roll right, turns left. Hail Marys it down the field. There's a wide open receiver and he dropped it. He was wide open at the 25-yard line, and he just flat out dropped it. What a break for the Skyhawks on that one. Here you'll see it on the Miller Brothers Video Productions replay. Ross throws the ball, wide open receiver at the 26-yard line, right in his hands, and he just flat out dropped it.
Yeah, again, it was a fake bootleg to this near side, but they come back to the far side, and because of that, the Scott coverage tries to roll with the quarterback Jones, and whenever they do see that, Jones comes back to that far side, and he's got a wide open Tyler Mitchum around that far side, but just unable to haul it in. Would have been an easy walk-in touchdown.
4th and 8, Ross standing in punt formation, and he will punt it at the end-over-end kick. It bounces at the 30, and Reniger takes it back at the 25. He's up the field, 35 up to the 40. And he got a nice return out of it.
He stepped out of bounds.
I thought he did too.
Hey, we'll take it, but he stepped out at the 20, about the 22, 24 yard line.
Here you'll see it on the video productions replay. He takes the ball all the way out back inside the 20 at about the 16, and he comes up the sideline, returns it to the 40, and that's where they're going to spot the ball and give the Skyhawks 1st and 10. We have a timeout on the field. We'll take a timeout as well. 5:35 to go in the first half. The Skyhawks lead the Mingo Central Miners by a score of 22-0 here on WZAC Video Productions and the Skyhawks Sports Network.
Hey, Jake from State Farm.
We have to know.
Yeah, these are State Farm pajamas.
No, what if we have to talk to somebody about our policy, but it's late at night?
Call us 24/7.
Great. Because what if someone still calls his mom for everything?
We'll walk you through everything. At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs.
Yeah, Mom, everything's great. Yeah. I mean, not my mom.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
The Tint Guy has big news. The newest location is now open in Barbersville. Voted best in the Valley since 2020. Getting your windows tinted is now twice as easy. Go to the best, the Tint Guy.
Hey, Tint Guy here. Come see us at our new location in Barbersville.
First half, the offensive units on the field. It'll be 11 o'clock time we get here to rate work.
Yeah, plus you got homecoming festivities at halftime. So.
Yeah, that's true. We've already been over an hour in. Well, we're right at an hour in the game. Skyhawks break the huddle. The Miner defense on the field ready to go as well. We could just get the guy with the red shirt back to his position. We'll be ready to go. Skyhawks scored. Last one was on a 28-yard Matt Fry pass to Isaiah Bush. Kicked the extra point, and the Skyhawks up 22-0. And looks like we are now ready to go. Looks like triple receivers, like two receivers and a flanker to the near side. Isaiah Bush lines up wide to the far side. Fry stands at his own 35. Fry takes it, hands it off to Preston Cooper. Cooper goes left. They catch him, and a flag on the play. They catch him at the 42-yard line, a gain of 2. But we may be bringing this one back. Wait on the officials to see what the call is. Holding against Scott. And that will bring it back.
Repeat first down.
So it'll be a first down, and, well, let's see where they threw the flag.
First and 20.
20, yeah. But the head linesman is going over and talking to the official on the far sideline. Now they're marking off the 10-yard penalty. Take the ball back to the 20, so it will be first and 20. Actually takes the ball back to the 30, I'm sorry. First down 20 for the Skyhawks. Braden Clark lines up to the near side for Scott. Flanker and twin receivers far side. Fry calling out the numbers. Fry takes a snap, drops back, fires one downfield. He's got Braden Clark. Clark catches it at the 35. He's at the 20. 10. Touchdown, Scott Skyhawks. What a play.
Yeah, that was one we've seen way too many times. One of those things to where he just throws it up and Braden Clark's down there somewhere. And Braden Clark just outruns the defender. And initially the defender's in really good coverage position, and it's a foot race to the ball, and Braden Clark wins it. And he's able to catch it up here at about the 40-yard line, and then it's an easy stroll into the end zone for a Skyhawk touchdown.
A 70-yard touchdown pass play from Matt Fry to Braden Clark. And the fourth Scott touchdown of the night. Cameron Green on to kick for the Skyhawks. Cole Elkins the holder. Snap is back, ball down, kick is up, and it is good. And the Scott Skyhawks lead this one by a score of 29-0 with 5:10 to go here in the first quarter, or first half rather. So Scott will now line up to kick things back off to the Miners. Hopefully the Scott defense can make some adjustments and be able to shut down this Mingo Central offense. Scott will be kicking off our left to right once again. Ryan Neal on the kick for Scott. Miners will send back Dylan Vance once again on the deep coverage on the near side. And it will be, is that number 8 or number 9 on the far side? It's like number 8. That will be Jacob Blankenship. Neal is set and ready to go for the Skyhawks. Waiting on the official. And here comes Neal. Kick is a squibbly kick, bounces, and it goes past the Mingo Central Miner player. It's back at the 5-yard line. He will nail it at the Mingo Central 5, and that's where they'll put it in play, 1st and 10.
First down Miners.
And what a nice kick by the Scott kicking team there. It was kind of a wobbly kick, and it just took a wild spin and bounce when it hit the ground, and Mingo Central didn't have a whole lot of choice but to down it at the 5, and that's where they'll put it in play, 1st and 10. And once again, they do not set the play clock. There they go at 25 seconds. Miners come out of the huddle. They'll send twin receivers far side, single wide out to the near side. Quarterback stands at his own end zone. He'll turn right, takes it. He's got a little room. He's across the 10, got a first down. They finally catch up with him at the 24-yard line before they can bring him down. Nice run by the quarterback, Chris Ross.
Yeah, just a design quarterback run. He just takes it upfield and is able to find a big hole. Probably the first hole that Mingo Central Miners
opened up.
The line is able to open up all night, and you can see his athleticism. He's able to get it upfield, and he really is got really good speed out in the open field.
Up to the 24-yard line, pickup of 19 from the gun. Quarterback drops back. He rolls right. He's looking, and he finally just throws it away into the Mingo Central bench. Incomplete pass, 2nd and 10.
Yeah, you had two Mingo Central Miner receivers over there in the same area, and they set down in a soft spot around the 35-yard line to where it looked like they were open enough to where Ross would have been able to get him the football, but him scrambling outside the pocket over towards that Mingo Central sideline, he just wasn't able to find him.
That'll stop the clock at 4:35 as the moon comes up over the horizon right over the scoreboard here at Skyhawk Field. Miners break the huddle. Twin receivers each side. Ross from the gun, drops back, looking to pass, fires to the far side of the field, down the field. It is caught this time at the 40, and they're going to run it all the way into the end zone. The Miners are going to put their first touchdown of the night on the board to number 4, Malachi Shepard.
Yeah, that was a similar play that they've seen over here, and they just take off up the sideline and is able to just outrun everybody. Similar play to Braden Clark that we've seen on a long touchdown, and just the Skyhawk secondary just loses him down the sideline.
So Chris Ross's pass to Malachi Shepard.
76 yards.
They score it with 4:25 to go in the first half. Now the Miners. Now the officials over talking to Coach Dolan.
Personal foul against Mingo. And they're going to assess it on the
kickoff. Yeah. I thought there was a little hot dogging going on there after the touchdown.
Well, I think it was more of, I think David Fennessy got in the middle of the celebration, and I think that there was some contact made. I don't know that there was any intent to it.
Still waiting on to see what the Miners, looks like they're going to go for 2. And, of course, the play clock has not been started. Now they'll break it out. They'll go for 2. Ross goes from the gun. Ross drops back, wants to pass, fires one into the end zone, and the receiver is wide open. That's complete to
24.
Miners 2-point conversion, good. Score 29 Skyhawks.
29-8 is the score as the pass is complete to Aiden Burke. .425 to go in the first half here at Skyhawk Field. Skyhawks huddle up.
Mingo Central's touchdown drive was 3 plays, 95 yards, capped off by the 76-yard touchdown pass from Ross to Shepard.
Yeah, Scott just left that receiver wide open over there. They're going to have to do a little better in the secondary.
I'm going to be completely honest with you.
Okay.
I don't know that Scott has seen a receiver with that type of speed this season.
He was wide open. I know that. So
key with blue plastic. Please return it to the front.
So Scott will kick off at their 45?
They're going to kick off from the 20.
Should be kicking off from the 25.
Kicking off from the 25.
And now they're marking off the penalty back to the 25-yard line. And that's where Mingo Central will kick off. They will kick from our right to left.
Carson Brenniger back deep to return.
And they will kick it from their 25-yard line. And the kicker for Mingo Central is Malachi Shepard. Brenniger stands back at his own 26-yard line. Here comes the kicker. Low end over end kick. It's fielded by Scott at the Preston Cooper has it. He's returning it down the field. What a return. Preston Cooper was standing on the 50, and he goes down the Mingo Central sideline, and they are going to spot the ball all the way down to the Scott 25-yard line, a 25-yard return, and the Skyhawks take it back to where they kicked it from. Here you see it on the instant replay of Video Productions, and a nice job by Preston Cooper with the heads-up return on that one.
Yeah, the idea of the kick was great. Now they're moving the ball back up. Holding against Scott.
Wow. So they bring the ball back.
It's going to be about the Scott 49-yard line because the penalty happened at the 41.
Well, they're still walking. They're going to the 48. Scott 48 is where the Scouts will put it in play. Fry from the gun, twin wideouts near side. Twin wideouts to the far side. 4:19 to go in the half. Carson Brenniger goes in motion, fakes the handoff, and complete to Braden Clark over on the near side. They will pick up about 12 yards, and it'll be a Scott first down.
Yeah, just the RPO look there from Matt Fry and the Skyhawk offense. And again, because of the cushion that Mingo Central is given, that's been there all night on the slant route from this outside, the near side to us. It's been there all night, and it's been an easy pitch and catch for Matt Fry whenever he throws the ball out there.
Scott out of a huddle. Now they'll send triple wideouts to the far side. Got Jax McCarty. Now Brenninger goes to the far side. They'll send twin receivers each side. Fry from the gun. Takes a snap. Fakes the handoff. Fry keeps it. Goes up the middle. He's across the 40. He's still on his feet. He's down to the 35-yard line. A hard-fought gain of 5 yards on that play for Matt Fry. But it'll be 2nd and 5 for Scott.
Yeah, it starts off looking like a read option, but it's more of a quarterback power play where he just kind of fakes the handoff and immediately goes around the left side, tries to hit that 3-5 hole over there on that side, and he's able to pick up a good chunk of yardage to keep it second manageable.
Clock rolling at 3:20. Skyhawks lead 29-8. Fry from the gun. 3 receivers near side. Single wide out far side. Fry takes a snap, fakes the handoff. Oh, and it's thrown right into the hands of the Mingo Central defender back there. He goes up the sideline. He's caught from behind, and Matt Fry will throw an interception right into the hands of the Miner defender.
Yeah, it was one of those things to where the slant was open again on the RPO read option and just threw it way too far out in front of the intended receiver, Isaiah Bush. And because of that, number 3, Tyler Mitchum, comes up with a big interception. And it's going to put Mingo Central 1st and 10 at about the Scott 45-yard or their own 45-yard line.
Matt Fry made the tackle on the interception to stop the play. 3 minutes, 4 seconds to go in the half. Ross from the gun. He drops back, looks to the near side. It is a incomplete pass.
Miners pass incomplete.
Tried that comeback tunnel screen yet again here on 1st down, and they fake it like they're going to try to roll out to the right and come back to this near side to left, try to hit that tunnel screen. But Scott, defensive lineman, possibly Mason Brown, I couldn't really tell, got his hand up and kind of deflected that pass
enough. That's what I thought, yeah. 2nd and 10 now for the Miners. Ball at their own 45-yard line. Miners out of the huddle. Plenty of time on the play clock. 3 minutes on the game clock. Twin receivers each side. Drops back, rolls right. And he's under a ton of pressure. And there was a push in the backfield. Quarterback still has the ball. Unloads it downfield. And it is overthrown, incomplete. The receiver over wanted to throw a flag, but they were all fighting for it over there.
I'll tell you what, Scott is fortunate. They had number 24, Aiden Burke, wide open over the middle of the field at the start of that play. And right before that Ross got under pressure, they had him streaking up the middle of the field on a post route that would have been wide open and probably would have went for 6, but Ross was unable to find him.
3rd down 10 now for Mingo Central. Ball still at their own 45-yard lines. They'll line up twin receivers each side. Ross will go from the gun. Quarterback calling the numbers. Takes the snap, drops back. He's under a ton of pressure, and it's a little screen pass, and he is caught at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. Good job there by Scott's number 50, Braden Queen.
Yeah, even though the Mingo Central offensive line gave a free rush, there was no lineman out there to really set up blocks for the screen pass. It was one of those things to where, because of the rush, Ross had to kind of lead his running back out a little far, and it got him outside of the blocking range of his lineman, and because of that, Scott's able to come up and make an easy play.
That was actually Ty Mitchell making the tackle on that play. Looks like he got a different punter and they're standing back at his own 33-yard line. And the punt is a wobbly kick. Brenninger takes it at his own 10. He goes all the way back to the 5. He's trying to get around outside, and they miss him once. He gets back up and goes out of bounds at about the 13-yard line. That's where Scott will put it in play. He went backwards more than he did forward on that one.
Yeah, Carson just trying to make a play there. 1:44 left in the half. He's just trying to make a play, get a little bit of starting field position, and see if they can't hit a big play before halftime.
1:44 to go in the half. Skyhawks lead at 29-8. Skyhawks have it 1st and 10 at their own 13-yard line. Skyhawks out of the huddle. Braden Clark will line up wide to the near side. Jax McCarty in a little tighter. Matt Fry from the gun. Fry tosses to Brenniger. Brenniger trying to get to the outside. He's at the 15, goes out of bounds at the 16-yard line. Gain of 3. It'll be 2nd down 7 for Scott.
Carson Brenniger with a gain of about 3. Brings up 2nd down Skyhawks.
So they'll spot the ball at the Scott 16-yard line. Skyhawks break the huddle. Fry with Preston Cooper to his left. Drops back, wanting to pass. Rolls right, rolls left. Throws it downfield. Isaiah Bush is there. Oh, and Isaiah Bush cannot hang on to it. It was all the way down to the Mingo Central 45-yard line, and he just could not find the handle. Pass goes incomplete.
You'll be able to see on the video production replay.
Here's the
because
replay.
Matt was scrambling the way he was. He had to stop and set his feet, and because of that, he wasn't able to get a lot on the throw, and it was just a little bit short. You see Isaiah Bush having to slow up on it. Still fit it right in there to where he should have come up with it, but because it was just a tad bit underthrown, he had to slow up to try to get to it. It allowed Mingo Central to get there and probably get a hand in his face.
3rd down and 7 now for Scott. Twin receivers both sides. Fry drops back. Jax McCarty, he'll have to roll left. Throws downfield. And this time it is complete to the far side of the field to Jax McCarty. Up around the Scott 32-yard line. Looks like they're going to mark it at the 31. Enough for the first down and move the sticks for the first down.
Yeah, good job of rolling the pocket there by Matt Fry. He's able to set his feet, get his shoulders back square around. He's able to get it to Jax McCarty enough to pick up the first down to the 32. You're originally right, Joe.
And it was like a sidewinder type pass. Looks like we got a timeout on the field. We'll just go ahead and keep it here. But, Fry was under a little pressure, so he just kind of threw that little, I call it a sidewinder. He throws his arms sideways, but the pass was on the money to McCarty. They make the catch, move the sticks, and it's 1st and 10 for the Skyhawks. Look like they are going to spot the ball at the 32-yard line. Look like they were going to move it back
That's
to
a
31.
tough pass to make, especially for a right-handed quarterback, because when you're rolling to your right like that, you've got to get that front shoulder back square in order to deliver that ball with any type of, 1, steam in order to get it there, but 2, of any type of accuracy. He does a good job of getting that front shoulder back square enough to where whenever he releases that ball, there's no tail to it to where it kind of goes off to the side.
Score 29-8 Scott. 1:20 to go in the second quarter, and the Skyhawks had the ball 1st and 10 at their own 32-yard line. Braden Clark lines up wide. McCarty comes to line up this side of the ball as well. Fry from the gun. Fry takes a snap, drops back, looking, fires one down the field. He's got a man wide open. Oh, and it's overthrown, intended for Isaiah Bush. And it was just, Bush couldn't get there fast enough.
Well, I think Bush kind of slows up just enough to where he's unable to get to it after. Let's watch here on the video production instant replay. You see Bush kind of slow up just a little bit right there. I don't know if his feet got tangled up a little bit, but he slows up just enough to where that pass ends up being just out of his fingertips.
He reached out for it, but he just couldn't quite get there. 2nd and 10 Scott. Twin receivers each side of the field once again for the Skyhawks. Fry calls the play. Takes a snap, drops back, fires one across the way. It is complete to Bush. This time at the, looks like up around the 40 or 36-yard line. They'll move it a yard. It'll be 3rd down and 6. Skyhawks are set and ready to go. Twin receivers each side. Fry from the gun. Preston Cooper to his left. Fry drops back, fires one downfield. Oh, and it's off the fingertips of Carson Brenniger, incomplete. 4th down, Scott.
Yeah, that was one where Matt had to kind of float it just a little bit to get it over top of the linebacker, and because of that, it was just out of the reach just a little bit of Carson Brenniger.
It was through the fingertips of Carson Brenniger. So now looks like We have another timeout on the field. Timeout Scott.
Timeout Skyhawks.
And they're going to talk things over as to whether to decide to punt it or go for it.
Punt this football.
Yeah, you got a minute 5 to go.
You don't want to take the chance of turning the ball over right here in the way that Mingo Central's been able to get receivers open down the field. You don't want to take a chance of Mingo being able to get right back into this game because they get the football right after halftime coming out of the locker room. So a chance, you're giving Mingo a chance to get back in the ballgame if you don't pick up this 6 yards.
Coming up to half, we'll have all the information and results from homecoming tonight as they crown Mr. and Miss Skyhawk. And we'll give Mr. Barrett the honors to do that for you. Skyhawks back on the field, 4th and 6. Here come the Miner defense. And Scott's going for it. Matt Fry is on the field. Matt did take some snaps and did some punting on Wednesday night when I was here. Brenniger in motion. And a flag on the play. It looks like it's defense offsides on Mingo Central, and they'll move the ball 5 yards. That'll make it 4th down and 1. 4th and 1, Scott. Brenniger in motion, hands it off to Preston Cooper, and they catch him in the backfield and take him down immediately. You had two receivers on. You had 2 receivers over here wide open. Just say it.
I don't like the call to go for it at all. Number 1. I mean, you've got. I don't mind the call to run the ball because you've had open holes all night where Scott's been able to pick up good amounts of running room. But it's such a risky call right here.
But watching the replay on video productions, they were standing there waiting on him. They knew pretty much what Scott was going to do.
Yeah, now with 1 minute on the clock, Mingo Central's 38 yards away from making this a 2-score game with getting the ball out of halftime and putting a lot of momentum and a lot of energy in that locker room.
Twin receivers line up each side of the ball for Mingo. Ross drops back. He wants to pass. Hail Marys it down the field, and it's caught at the 20-yard line, and they wrap him up and take him out of bounds, and Mingo is on the move.
That play's been there all night. That's about the 4th time we've seen Aiden Burke wide open on the post pattern. This time they finally hit him over the middle, and he's able to make a couple people miss in order to get upfield and get inside the 20 down to about the 16-yard line.
He was wide open at the 21-yard line, and Ross made the pass count. Once again, they go twin receivers each side on the line. Ross drops back. He's looking to the near side. He rolls right. He's going to keep it, and he gets out of bounds, but he's going to get, looks like about 3 yards on the carry to stop the clock at 44 seconds.
Yeah, that's one thing. Scott does have to pick up the coverage down the field. However, they have to be mindful of having a good contain in the backfield because Ross has already shown off his athleticism a couple times tonight, being able to get outside the pocket when it breaks down and pick up some yards. So he is an option out of the backfield to take off and pick up plenty of yards to try to get this into the end zone.
It'll be 2nd down and 6 at the Scott 12-yard line. Ross from the gun. Ross hands it off to number 10. He's wide open. He's into the end zone. And they're saying it is a touchdown on a 12-yard run.
Touchdown Niners.
Here's the Miller Brothers instant replay on the run for Mingo Central. Dylan Vance. And like you said, that come back to haunt them. Mingo going for the 2-point conversion.
Watch a stretch play right here.
Ross in the gun, actually drops back, rolls right. He's under a ton of pressure, throws the ball into the back of the end zone. It's overthrown, and it will not
2-point conversion, no
count.
good.
29-14, Scott retains the lead.
29, Miners 14.
It's a tough call. You've been able to pick up chunks of yards at times in this game, and I understand the thinking because it gets to 4th and 1, 4th and inches, and you trust your offensive line who's been able to get good pushes up front all year to pick up that 1 yard. But, in your own territory, 40-yard line, your defensive has played really well up until that last drive where Mingo was able to connect on the long pass play, and now you put them back against the wall right before halftime. It's tough. It's a tough call to make. I wouldn't have been the one to want to make the call, but it's easy up here to sit back and say it's a terrible call, whatever. But being a coach, a different sport, but being a coach, have to make those tough decisions. It is tough to really set down, but I'm sure it's one that Jeremy Dolan will think about tonight, no matter the outcome, and be like, why'd I do that?
Yeah, really. Mingo Central will kick from our right to left. Scott's bringing a whole host of linemen up to the 50. Back deep is Clark and Bush in the secondary. Brenniger back deep at the 13-yard line. The Miners are set. The Skyhawks are set. 38.9 seconds to go in the half. And here comes the kick. And it's a low end-over-end kick. Rolls on the ground, and it's a little trouble getting picked up. They finally, Clark picks it up. He returns it up across the 35-yard line. Should be up around the 36-yard line where Scott will put it in play. Now they're saying the 34 is where Scott will put it in play, 1st and 10.
And if I'm Scott, I probably just knee this ball and go to the locker room and hope that nothing else
goes wrong.
Happens.
Yep. Skyhawks were up 29-0, and now the Miners have put 2 touchdowns on the board to going into the half.
But you could see them take a deep shot. Braden Clark has been open on this near side just about all night.
Scott ready to go. Fry calls out the numbers. Blitz showed. And they fake a handoff. They put it downfield, too. And it's caught. He catches it at the 35. He's going all the way into the end zone. Touchdown, Braden Clark. Can you believe that? What a pass. What a catch. A 60. Is that
66?
Huh?
66.
Yeah. Pass play from Matt Fry. And the Skyhawks needed that one desperately. Here you see the instant replay, catches about the 35. He just turns on the afterburners down the sideline into the end zone. Touchdown, Scott.
I want to say that was a good play call on my part, but it's been so open all night. I think that was probably the easiest play call of Glenn Fry's coaching career. Just throw it up to Braden Clark, and he'll come down with it the way that he's been able to outrun Tyler Mitchum all night.
The extra point. Cole Elkins holding on the kick attempt. Ball is down. The kick is up. It looks good from here. And a flag on the play.
We're going to get holding.
Skyhawks 36, Miners 14.
Well, are they going to call a penalty or not? Everybody is walking away. So they're going to say the kick is good. Skyhawks lead at 36-14 with 21 seconds to go in the half. The officials are still down at the 5-yard line talking things out. So we're not sure what's going to happen there. Maybe they're just kind of trying to catch their breath. I don't know. But Scott needed that one desperately after 2 back-to-back touchdowns for Mingo Central. Matt Fry connects on a 66-yard pass play to Braden Clark. And now the officials are making their way back down the field, and the Scott kicking team going out. Ryan Neal will kick for the Skyhawks.
Set the kick off again.
Coming up at the half tonight, festivities from homecoming. .21 seconds to go in the half. Skyhawks lead at 36-14. And now they are marking off a penalty against Mingo Central.
I guess maybe that was the
Maybe that was the penalty. Unsportsmanlike conduct. They're going to kick from Mingo Central's 45-yard line. So it was a 15-yard penalty. So that's where the Skyhawks will be kicking. Ryan Neal, tees it up. Now he'll take his steps backward. Neal is set. Skyhawks ready to go. Here comes Neal. Kicks a high end over end kick. It is fielded at the 4-yard line. Mingo takes it around to the far side. Tries to go up the side, and he'll try to turn, and they'll catch him all the way back at the 11-yard line. Good job by the Skyhawk kicking team. They will spot it at the 12-yard line, and that's where the Miners will put it in play, 1st and 10. Here you'll see on the video productions replay, he got up to about the 16-yard line, tried to make something out of it, turned and went backwards, and the Skyhawks caught him for the loss. 13 seconds showing on the clock. Here come the Miners out of the huddle. Scott with 3 defenders standing back at the 30-yard line. Ross lines up from the gun. Ross drops, rolls left. Coming to the near side. He's looking, and it's incomplete. Off the fingertips of Deuce Prater. 6.6 seconds.
Miners pass incomplete, brings up a 2nd down.
So it'll be 2nd and 10 for Mingo.
If I'm Scott right here, I back everybody up at least 15 to 20 yards off the line of scrimmage and say, nobody beat you. If they want to throw it underneath, that's fine. We'll come up and try to make a tackle, but you can't let anything behind you.
3 receivers far side. Actually, they're going twin receivers each side. Ross hands it off up the middle. He's got some running room. Goes around the right side, up the sideline, and runs out of bounds with 0.3 seconds showing on the clock. He will run out of bounds at the Mingo Central 33-yard line. 1st and 10 Miners.
21-yard pickup on the play for Dylan Vance.
How did he know there was 0.3 seconds when he ran out of bounds?
I'm sure that sideline over there was saying,
get out. 1st and 10 for the Miners.
They will see how big of an arm that Ross has right here.
3 defenders back deep for Scott. And Scott jumps. That'll give him 5 yards.
Mason Brown jumps a little bit early there.
Offside Skyhawks.
It'll be 1st and 5 now for the Miners with 0.3 seconds showing on the first half clock. Miners are set and ready. Twin receivers each side. Hands it off up the middle. They catch him, take him down for a gain of 2. And that will end the first half of play. The score, the Scott Skyhawks 36, the Mingo Central Miners 14. We'll take a 2-minute break. This is the Skyhawk Sports Network on WZAC and the Skyhawk Sports Network.
Thornhill, our goal is to provide you with the best automotive experience.
From our state-of-the-art facilities, amenities, and certified staff we call family.
You'll be offered the best experience you deserve.
We take pride in our focus for customer care, bringing the best quality and support for all of our customers' needs.
What are you waiting for? It's your time to get behind the wheel with Thornhill.
Get started now at thornhillautomotive.com.
Just tag it at Thornhill, where it's all here for you. US 119 Chapmanville and Logan, WV to Belfry, Kentucky.
At Hanley Funeral Home, we offer unique opportunities for families to create healing moments after loss. With over 55 years of experience serving the Boone, Logan, and Lincoln communities, our staff will help you discover ways to pay tribute, whether that be at a burial service at one of our cemeteries or a personalized lasting memorial. Visit us at www.handleyfh.com or call 304-369-0718. The Handley family of business thanks you for your support.
The Southern Pineapple in downtown Madison is your choice for women's clothing and accessories. They have styles that fit all ages, along with local handmade jewelry. From elegant to everyday wear, the Southern Pineapple is your place to shop. Find us on Facebook, subscribe to our page, so you can see all the latest products and inventory. Come and shop at our unique boutique and be sweet.
At Miller Brothers Pharmacy, we are dedicated to providing outstanding personalized customer service at an affordable price. We are your one-stop shop for all your pharmacy and medical needs. Our staff has over 90 years of experience, so you can count on fast, personal attention. Our pharmacy is proud to offer delivery service for your convenience with free delivery for patients within Madison and Danville city limits. Contact a member of our team about delivery today.
Cameron Green come on, kicks the extra point. Scott jumps out to a 7-0 lead. Then with 5:08 to go in the first quarter, Preston Cooper darts in on a 5-yard run. Carson Brenniger run it in, and Scott led 15-0 after that second touchdown. Then with 8:27 to go in the second quarter, Matt Fry connected to Isaiah Bush on a 28-yard pass play into the end zone. Green come on and kicked the extra point. Skyhawks jumped up to a 22-0 lead. Then it was Matt Fry connecting on a 70-yard pass play to Braden Clark. Green kicks the extra point. Scott led 29-0. Then the Miners put together a couple of back-to-back touchdowns. 4:25 to go in the second quarter. Chris Ross connected with Malachi Shepard for 76 yards, and they passed the two-point conversion. Scott led at that point 29-8. Dylan Vance then scored with 38 seconds to go on a 12-yard run, and the PAT failed. Scott continued to lead 29-14. But with just 21 seconds to go, Matt Fry connected to Braden Clark on a 66-yard pass play. Green kicks the extra point. Skyhawks lead at the half by a score of 36-14. You got any stats for us from the first half?
We'll start off with Mingo Central. They have 11 carries for 62 yards, 11 catches for 141, a total of 34 plays 203 yards on the night. They have picked up, it looks like they have picked up 2 of 8 on third down, 1 of 2 on fourth down. So far, they do have no turnovers on the night except for the 1 turnover on downs. For Scott, 15 first downs. They have ran the ball 18 times for 124 yards, 12 catches for 258 yards. They are up around the 380-yard mark on roughly 34 plays. They 1 of 3 on third down. They've not got to third down, 0 of 1 on fourth down. Individually, you've got for Mingo Central starting off rushing, you got 7 carries for 37 yards and a touchdown for Dylan Vance, 4 carries for 25 yards for the quarterback, Chris Ross. Passing, Chris Ross is 12 of 21 for 144 yards, 1 touchdown. Malachi Shepard, 3 catches, 86 yards, a touchdown, and Aiden Burke, 4 catches for 40 yards. For Scott, in the rushing department, Preston Cooper, 10 carries, 91 yards, a touchdown. Matt Fry, 3 carries, 14 yards, a touchdown. Matt Fry is 12 of 16 for 258 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Braden Clark, 3 catches, 148 yards, 2 touchdowns. Isaiah Bush, 4 catches, 45 yards, and a touchdown. And Carson Brenniger, 3 catches for 35 yards.
And that's how things stretch out here in the first half. Let's take a quick look at the WZAC scoreboard and see if we get any updates on no score from the Van Payton City game. And Sherman, no score from the Sherman Pikeview game. So we will go ahead, step aside, take a 2-minute break. We come back. We will have activities from homecoming here at Skyhawk Field. The score, Scott leads Mingo Central 36-14. We are at the half here at Skyhawk Field. You're listening to Black and Gold Football, WZAC Video Productions, and the Skyhawk Sports Network.
Whether you need insurance to protect your home, car, business, or your family's financial future, we believe that your needs are best served by local neighbors. Hi, I'm Chris Parker, your local and Cove insurance agent, and I'll take the time.
Mikey is the son of Howard and everybody, and lives at Cow Creek. Mikey's activities at Scott include being on the football team for 2 years, the track member for 2 years. He also plans to play baseball this coming spring. He also goes to the middle school daily to be an avid tutor for the middle school students. Outside of Scott High School, Mikey enjoys working out, hanging out with the milk crew, hanging out with his beautiful girlfriend, Sally Peters, and Holly. Mikey also enjoys working at 6 Mile Ranch with Nick Miller and Evan Van Damme. Mikey's future plans are to join the Marines and then become a physical therapist. Taylor Foster. Taylor is the daughter of Mike and Kate Foster and lives at Taylor. Taylor is a member of the National Honor Society and also has been on the Skyhawk cheerleading squad for 4 years. Taylor is also a member of the Junior Bronx Committee. Outside of school, she is involved in new models and talent. She is also a member of Joshua Scott's Energy Model Team. She participates every year in the Boone County Sheriff's Department Shop in the Top, and also has volunteered and helped with multiple Campbell Hall youth cheer programs. In her free time, Taylor's hobbies include taking care of animals, shopping, and spending time with friends and family. Her future plans are to attend Fairmont State University and double major in criminal justice and psychology. After college, she hopes to be accepted into the FBI Academy in order to become a criminal psychologist. Matthew Fry. Matthew is the son of Glenn and Marcia Fry from Danville. Matt is a 4-year member of the HISTA, a member of the National Honor Society. Matt has been a member of the Skyhawk football team for 4 years, has been a captain for 2 years. Matt has many football accomplishments, including 2021 and 2022 first team All-Conference, 2022 Coal Valley News Offensive Player of the Year, 2022 Cardinal Conference Cup Player of the Year, and 2022 First Team All-State. Matt has also been a member of the track team. He was on the Skyhawks 4x100 relay, then finished runner-up in the 2023 state track meet. Matt also played 1 year of basketball. When Matt is not at school, he enjoys lifting weights, listening to music, petting his dog, and hanging out with his friends. He also enjoys watching and studying football with his dad, going out to eat with his mom, and hanging out with his sister. Matt's favorite thing outside of football is beating his dad at cornhole, and a good wrestling match occasionally. Matt's future plans are to play football at the college level. He has received offers from the University of Charleston and West Virginia State. While playing football in college, Matt plans to study sports management so he can become a college football coach. Lyric Pierce. Lyric is the daughter of Jen and Jerry Thompson of Foster and Doug and Lori Shear of Arkansas. She has been a Skyhawk cheerleader where she is currently serving as captain for the second year. She has been president of her class both her junior and senior year, and also president of the junior prom committee. Lyric is a 4-year member of HISTA, editor of the yearbook for the last 2 years, a member of Scott High's Partners Club, is a National Honor Society, and has been a member of Scott Skyhawks basketball league for 3 years. Outside of school, she has been an assistant coach for Brook Youth Cheerleaders, has volunteered for multiple Naval Hawks youth cheer teams, has volunteered during the holiday season every year for South Charleston Police Department, Shop with the Cops, and also assisted with the food pantry and clothing closet at Scott High School. Lyric is also a Boone County representation of Arkell Rebecca Lodge. Other hobbies and Lyric include spending time with her sisters, shopping, traveling, anything related to Taylor Swift. Lyric's favorite plans are to attend West Virginia University and major in exercise physiology with a pre-health profession emphasis so she can come back and serve Boone County as a physician. Parker Green. Parker is the son of Raymond Green and Kelly Green, the grandson of Janet Putnam. Parker resides in Madison. Parker has been a 2-year Skyhawk football player, 1-year soccer player, when he won the 2021 Central Championship. He's been a senior class secretary, is a member of the National Honor Society. Parker has been on the Scott High Maxwell Day team for 3 years, has maintained a 4.5 GPA throughout high school. Parker is an avid tutor for Madison Middle School students. He was also an office assistant at Scott. Outside of school, he is a Boone County representation of the Outdoors Rebecca Lodge, a young life member, and is a lifeguard in the summer. He enjoys working out, anything sports related, and spending quality time with family and friends. Parker has also attended physical therapy more times than he has won. After high school graduation, Parker plans to attend West Virginia University in exercise physiology, engineering, and engineering. He also plans to obtain a doctorate degree in physical therapy. Claire Thompson. Claire is the daughter of Will and Terry Thompson of Madison. Claire is a member of the National Honor Society, was a cross-country member for 2 years, played Lady Hawk soccer for 1 year, is a 4-year tennis player, has been in the flag court for 2 years, was a member of the junior prom committee, and has been on Boone County State production group for 2 years. Claire has also been student council class officer for 3 years, and is currently serving student body secretary. Outside of school, Claire is a member of the Madison Methodist Church, a member of Young Life, an active member of Boone County 4-H, a 4-H team leader, and also a Boone County representation of Autos with Equilon. Sarah also enjoys shopping with her mom and talking about Taylor Swift and her sisters. After graduating from high school, Claire plans to attend college for an education degree, teach West Virginia studies, and then become West Virginia 4-H extension agent. Chase Scott. Chase is the son of Scott and Jimmy Isles in Florida. Chase is a 3-year Skyhawks football player where he's currently serving as captain and also in the National Honor Society. Chase is an avid tutor for Madison Middle School students and is a Scott High School and office assistant. Outside of school, Chase is a member of the New Harvest Church of the Nazarene. He also enjoys lifting weights, hunting, going out with family and friends, and riding ATVs with his brothers. Chase's future plans after graduation are to join the Air National Guard and go to college to further his education. And now for the crown. We would like to welcome back our Mr. and Mrs. Skyhawk 2022. Our 2022 Mr. Skyhawk is Isaiah Brown. Isaiah is a student studying West Virginia Community and Technical College where he is studying nursing. Our 2022 Miss Skyhawk is Katie Asbury. Katie is attending Marshall University where she is majoring in communication disorders. Katie plans on becoming a speech pathologist. Thank you, Isaiah and Katie, for being here this evening. And now, the 2023 Homecoming Team in Queens wins. Your 2023 Scott Skyhawks Homecoming Team, Mr. Alan Lynn. Your 2023 Scott High School Skyhawk Homecoming Queen is Miss Josie Barker. Congratulations, Alan Lynn and Josie Barker.
Hey, Jake from State Farm.
We have to know.
Yeah, these are State Farm pajamas.
No, what if we have to talk to somebody about our policy, but it's late at night?
Call us 24/7.
Great. Because what if someone still calls his mom for everything?
We'll walk you through everything. At State Farm, we're there for your what-ifs.
Yeah, Mom, everything's great. Yeah. I mean, not my mom.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
At Miller Brothers Pharmacy, we are dedicated to providing outstanding personalized customer service at an affordable price. We are your one-stop shop for all your pharmacy and medical needs. Our staff has over 90 years of experience, so you can count on fast, personal attention. Our pharmacy is proud to offer delivery service for your convenience with free delivery for patients within Madison and Danville city limits. Contact a member of our team about delivery today. At Hanley Funeral Home, we offer unique opportunities for families to create healing moments after loss. With over 55 years of experience serving the Boone, Logan, and Lincoln communities, our staff will help you discover ways to pay tribute, whether that be at a burial service at one of our cemeteries or a personalized lasting memorial. Visit us at www.handleyfh.com or call 304-369-0718. The Handley family of business thanks you for your support.
And come see us where the Make the Summer sales event is in full swing at Stevens Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. We've got savings on all models, including up to $14,000 below MSRP on the 2023 Ram Limiteds and 15% off MSRP on the 2023 Jeep Compasses. And the new 2024 Wranglers are awesome and arriving daily. So come see us for the Make the Summer sales event at Stevens Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 119 in Danville.
At Hanley Funeral Home, we offer unique opportunities for families to create healing moments after loss. With over 55 years of experience serving the Boone, Logan, and Lincoln communities, our staff will help you discover ways to pay tribute, whether that be at a burial service at one of our cemeteries or a personalized lasting memorial. Visit us at www.handleyfh.com or call 304-369-0718. The Handley family of business thanks you for your support.
Looks like we got about a little over a minute till we got the second half kick. Scott will kick to Mingo Central. And what's the key to the second half of this ball game, Chris?
I mean, right now it's continue to run the football and kind of limit Mingo Central's opportunities on offense. You know, right now it is a 3-score game, so they have to have at least 3 possessions in order to catch you. So, you know, you want to try to limit it as much as you can, and on defense, continue to stop the run. I mean, they've been able to beat you over the top a couple times, but this is still a team that wants to try to run the football. They're going to try to set up the run in order to work off, or set up the pass in order to work off the run. So don't let anybody behind you to beat you for big plays, and stop the run defensively.
Yeah, I think defensively, Scott's got to try to figure out a way to stop those wide open receivers out there somehow, some way, and to get control back under this game.
Well, I think it starts with just spotlighting Malachi Shepard for one, and I think you just have to kind of roll a safety over to the top. For the most part, Scott's been playing 2 deep safeties, so you're going to have to roll a safety over to him. And then also you're going to have to spotlight Aiden Burke, who's been able to get open a couple times over the middle. Only been able to find him once, but he's been open multiple times. So I think it just starts with rolling a safety, one safety over to the middle of the field, wherever, or to the sideline, wherever Shepard sets up in the offensive formation, and then rolling the other safety to the middle of the field to try to take away Aiden Burke in that post pattern.
Take a quick look at the WZAC scoreboard in AA. Bluefield leads Independence by a score of 26-21. That game in the third quarter. Fairmont Senior leads North Marion 41-28. That game in the third quarter. Up north, Philip Barber leads Berkeley Springs 42-9. That game also in the third quarter. Frankfort is tied with Mountain Ridge, Maryland set at 7. That game at halftime. Herbert Hoover putting a pouncing on Chapmanville 35-9. That game in the third quarter. Lincoln leads, or actually Lincoln trails Lewis County 33-21. That game in the fourth quarter. And it looks like the Skyhawks are ready to kick it away. Ryan Neal out to do the kicking for Scott. They'll be going from our right to left. Miners have, 2 guys back deep. It's a high end-over-end kick. It is fielded at the 33-yard line, and he's going across the field. It turns upfield across the 40. They bring him down around the 47-yard line. On the return for Mingo Central, once again, is Aiden Burke.
Mingo Central will start the second half at about the 44-yard line.
And that's where they will spot it. We're waiting on the official spot. Looks like they're going to put it up close to the 45 and a flag on the play. Still waiting on the officials as they bring the ball from the Mingo Central side of the field back over. And the penalty is going to be against Scott, face masking. And that's going to be a 15-yarder. So that is not the way to start off this second half. They'll move the ball all the way down to the Scott 39-yard line. First down, Miners. Chris Ross, the senior, calling signals for Mingo Central. He goes from the gun. Hands it off to number 10. Up the middle he goes across the 35-yard line. Dylan Vance on the carry for the Miners. They will gain 6 on the play. It'll be second down and 4. Ball goes down to the Skyhawk 33-yard line. Three receivers line up near side. Single wide out to the far side. Ross hands it off up the middle once again. He's got some running room. He runs into a couple of Skyhawks for a little gain on the play. Looks like a gain of a yard. Gain of 2, Chris says. It'll be third down and 2.
Brings up third down.
Clock rolling, 11 minutes to go here in the third. Miners will bring 3 receivers to the near side, single receiver far side. And once again, Vance will be fake the handoff. Quarterback keeper rolls right. He's got a little bit of room. He dodged a couple. Ball pops out. Oh, and the official says he was down.
I'm interested to see the replay of here because I do think he was down. I think it's
Here's
a
the
good call.
Caldwell Insurance replay on Video Productions. He comes down.
Yeah, that right knee.
He barely got down.
It's bang bang, but I think that right knee was down. It's a good call by the official, in my opinion.
And the Miners,
not that it matters, but
and the Miners, for some reason, quickly take a timeout. They'll take their first timeout of the half. We'll keep it here. As the Miners got a big break on that Scott Skyhawk face mask call to bring the ball down the field and give them a good field position.
Yeah, just an RPO look right there. Ross Lee runs the read option, and because they've handed that ball off so many times, you see the defensive ends, they crash down on the handoff, and because of that crash by the defensive end, not staying home and playing assignment football, it gave the quarterback, Ross, plenty of room to get upfield and pick up at about 7-8 yards in order to get that first down and put the Mingo Central Miners in the red zone.
Miners and the Skyhawks back on the field. Miners go twin receivers each side. It'll be first and 10 from the Scott 24-yard line. Chris Ross calling the signals. Now he goes up to the line. Steps back to the gun. Takes a snap, hands it off up the middle, and it'll be number 10 once again, Dylan Vance. Now what's the the down marker guy moved the stick, and then it looked like the guy that the back stick started moving. Gain of 4 on the play, second down and 6 for the Miners.
Yeah, you're seeing Mingo Central get a much better job of getting pushes up front and opening up holes for the Mingo Central running game.
This time they'll go 3 receivers far sides, line up a single to the near side.
Watch the tunnel screen at far side.
And a handoff, the quarterback keeper, and he is caught in the backfield. Once again by Ty Mitchell. Does an outstanding job making the catch back there. And they will lose a couple on the play.
That was not a very good read right there from Ross. He probably should have gave that one up. And to the running back Vance, he had a little bit of a hole. It probably would not been much of a game, but it would definitely wouldn't have lost them a yard.
It'll be 3rd down and 7 now for the Miners. Ball at the Scott 20-yard line. Ross from the gun. Quick pass, wide open in the middle, and he's going to be into the end zone, and a touchdown for the Miners. Aiden Burke once again.
Yeah, you're seeing hesitation as you see the replay here. You see hesitation from the Scott secondary right there. That little fake handoff that they give and then come up to throw the ball. It's freezing the linebackers in the secondary just enough to where it's giving Burke and these Mingo Central Miner receivers enough of a jump to where it's easy pitch and catches, much like we're seeing on the Scott side when they run the RPO.
They're going for the 2-point conversion. Throws to the near side, and he drops the ball. Once again, wide open is the receiver, and he could not hang on to it, so the pass fails, and Scott now leads by 16, 36-20. Skyhawks lead it.
Like we said, Joe, now it's up to the Scott offense to come out and put together a good lengthy drive. Even if you don't score, take time off the clock.
We'll take a timeout. 9:13 to go in the third quarter. Scott 36, Mingo Central 20. You're listening to Black and Gold Football on WZAC and the Skyhawks Sports Network on Video Productions.
Insurance here at Caldwell Insurance Agency, I want to provide you with the best customer service available. I want to provide you with coverages that nobody else can provide you with, along with affordable rates. I promise you, when you come in this office, we will take better care of you than anybody else. Provide you with the best auto insurance, homeowners insurance, and life insurance. I want our family to be able to take care of your family, and I promise you we will be able to do that here at Caldwell Insurance Agency.
And on Video Productions. 9:13 to go in the third quarter. Scott leads at 36-20. And I was hoping that Coach Jeremy Dolan made some transitions with that defense at halftime. I'm kind of wondering a little bit about that.
Yes, I mean, it's one of those things. Sorry, I was down
you
here
were out in La La Land.
trying to figure out what was going on down here in the end zone. It looked like there was something going on. I'm sorry, but there doesn't. I think it's just some kids playing.
Oh.
But no, you're right, Joe. I mean, you give Mingo Central an easy field position after the penalty. You put them down around the 38-yard line to start a drive. They still took 3 minutes to get into the end zone. It wasn't a quick drive. But it's one of those things, Mingo Central was starting to get the run game going. Holes were starting to open up. And then because of that, we've seen them set up the pass off the run, just like we talked about at halftime. They're able to open up that RPO read option and hit Burke over the middle, and it froze the linebackers just enough to where it was an easy pitch and catch, and then he's able to split two defenders and get into the end zone and make this a two-score game.
Malachi Shepard will kick off for Mingo Central. Back deep for the Miners is Carson Brenniger, standing out around the 10. And it looks like Braden Clark and Isaiah Bush up around the 20. Shepard is set and ready to go for the Miners. And here comes the kick. It's a low end-over-end kick. And it is stopped at the 20, picked up. And he dodges one Miner. He's across the 25 up to the 30, and he runs into a wall of white jerseys. And that's where the Scott Skyhawks will start the drive.
And Braden Park was the one on the return for the Skyhawks.
Looks like they're going to spot it on the far side hash at the 30. Actually, about the 30 and a half. So it'll be 1st and 10 Skyhawks. Skyhawks come out of the huddle. Quarterback goes under center. Fry takes it, drops back, hands it to Preston Cooper.
Carson Brenniger.
Oh, Brenniger was the running back, and the Miners were in there on that one quick. Man, I don't know what they did to the Miners at halftime, but they got fired up, and a loss of 4 on the play. And you'll see on the Thornhill instant replay, I mean, nobody even touched it, got blitzed.
Middle linebacker, which is number 6. Kazia Joplin just got in there with relatively ease.
Nobody touched him. 2nd down, 14 for Scott. Fry goes back to the gun. Hands it off to Preston Cooper. Cooper goes right, turns upfield. He's at the line of scrimmage, gets across back to the original line of scrimmage, up around the 30-yard line. So they'll gain those yards they lost. Now it's 3rd and 10 for the Skyhawks. Eight minutes on a running clock here in the 3rd quarter. Skyhawks come out of the huddle. Isaiah Bush comes to the near side. Matt Fry from the gun. Fry fakes the handoff, tosses to Carson Brenniger up the middle. He's got the 1st down and more.
Yeah,
flag on the play, holding Scott. I wondered why Mingo Central was cheering over there after Scott picked up the 1st down. Now I know. There was a flag on the play.
Holding on the Skyhawks.
So instead of a 1st down, it will be 3rd down and about 19. 3rd and 19 for Scott. Fry goes from the gun. Clock running at 7:35. Fry takes a snap, drops back, rolls to the left. He's under some pressure. Hail Marys it down the field. It is. Oh, and there should have been a flag. And oh my goodness gracious. I want to see the replay on that one.
That's
Braden Clark.
It's going to be bang, bang.
But you can tell the Scott fans did not like the call here on the Caldwell instant replay. Hail Mary ball downfield. Oh, yeah.
It's about the same time.
Yeah, wow.
That's a tough. If you're a Mingo Central fan, it's a no flag. Yeah. If it's a Scott fan, you want a flag. I think it's just one of those. I think that's a tough call.
4th down and 19 for Scott. David Fennessy on to punt for the Skyhawks, standing back at his own 10-yard line. It's a high end over end kick. Takes a Scott bounce, picked up at the 40. And he gets by. Shoestring tackle by Scott's Caden Sharps. And a flag on the play. A late flag.
It was Malachi Shepard was the returner for Mingo Central.
So now the officials are talking things over out at midfield at the 50. Still waiting on the call.
Mingo. I'm not sure if it was holding or what it was.
But it was against Mingo Central. So now they're moving the penalty against the Miners.
Looks like it's a
They'll take the ball all the way back to the 34-yard line. First and 10, Mingo Central. Miners will line up 2 receivers near side. Actually, triple receivers near side. Quarterback hands off up the middle, and he breaks a tackle. He's still on his feet. He'll pick up the first down. They had him at the line of scrimmage, but he broke out of it, and he'll pick up at about 11, 12 yards for the first down.
I can't tell. I don't think that was Dylan Vance. I think that was another.
Here's the instant replay.
That's I believe it's number 6.
It'll be first and 10 for the Miners, and a flag before the snap. Miners were coming out of the huddle, and the near side line judge threw the flag. Sideline warning against Scott. So it'll be first and 10 Miners. Triple receivers near side, single wide out far side. Ross goes from the gun. Hands it, fakes the handoff. Quarterback keeper up the middle. He's got a room. He's across midfield. He is finally stopped at the 47-yard line. Gain of 6 on the play, second down and 4.
Yeah, just another little RPO option play where he keeps it after faking the handoff, and he's able to get upfield. And we see the athleticism yet again where he's able to turn kind of virtually nothing at the line of scrimmage, make a couple people miss, and get upfield, pick up 6.
Clock continues to roll, 6:15 to go in the third. Miners on the move, second down and 4. This time they'll send the triple receivers to the far side of the field in front of the Mingo Central bench. Quarterback, he keeps it. He goes around the left side. He is caught at the 45-yard line. They'll probably spot it at the 44. It'll be third down and 1. Here's a Thornhill instant replay as quarterback keeper fakes the handoff, rolls left.
Yeah, you're starting to see Mingo run more of that design quarterback run where he keeps it than they did in the first half.
Third and 1. Here's the Miners. Ross from the gun. Hands it off up the middle, and they stop him. It's fumbled, and they'll fall on it. The quarterback will fall on it all the way back at their own 49-yard line. Big loss on the play. Fourth down for Mingo Central.
They put in big number 88, which is James Borders, to try to pick up that short play there, but because of it, he ends up fumbling. And Mingo Central's actually going to have it back at the
They moved the ball a yard. They spotted it at the 49, and they just now moved it up to the 50. It should have been at the 49-yard line. It'll be fourth down for Mingo Central. Here come the Miners out of the huddle. They'll send twin receivers each side of the field. Number 8, the running back, lines up to the left of the quarterback. Fakes the handoff. Quarterback being pursued. He's got some running room. Throws the ball downfield, and that should have been
Carson Brenniger.
And they're showing him as the catch.
That ball come out.
Scott Brenniger saying the pass was now they're saying it was incomplete. So it'll be a turnover on downs for Scott.
First down, Skyhawks!
And here's the replay over here. Carson Brenniger, I believe, is the one that delivers the hit to jar that ball loose.
Yeah,
one.
Well, it was right in his hands. Good pass, and the ball was caught, but he nailed it out of, knocked it out of his hands, took him down. 4:29 to go in the third quarter. Skyhawks lead this one 36-20 in a barn burner here at Skyhawk Field. You're listening to Black and Gold Football on WZAC Video Productions and the Skyhawk Sports Network. field, 4:29 to go in the third quarter. Skyhawks lead this one 36-20. And when it comes right down to the fine line, the Skyhawks are getting the breaks they need when they need them.
Yeah, I mean, Skyhawks come up with a big stop right there. Again, Mingo Central's doing a better job of setting up the pass off of the run. They're starting to use the RPO option, the read option, a little bit more than they did in the first half, and because of that, you're seeing Scott's defensive ends crashing down and kind of leaving their assignments. But when it mattered most right there, I mean, it was helped by a penalty and then the fumble. But Scott was able to get off the field.
Skyhawks have it 1st and 10 at the 50-yard line. They're going from our right to left. Fry from the gun. Calls the numbers, takes a snap, hands it off to Preston Cooper. Cooper breaks one and dives forward up to the Mingo Central 44-yard line. And they were going to give it to him at the 46-yard line. It'll be gain of 4, 2nd down and 6. Here's the instant replay. And Preston Cooper just made a dive after he was going down to pick up a couple extra yards on that carry. Carson Brenniger, Isaiah Bush line up near side. Braden Clark goes wide on the far side. Matt Fry from the gun. Fry takes it, fakes the handoff, fires one across the way. It's complete to Braden Clark. Clark still on his feet. He breaks inside down to the 30, 35, or 35 down to the 30. Let's see where they're going to spot it. Looks like they're going to spot it at the 31. It'll be 1st down and move the sticks for the Skyhawks.
First down, Skyhawks!
Sorry, I'm trying to.
Okay.
The iPad messed up on that last play, so.
Okay.
It's about a 16-yard pitch and catch there from Matt Fry to Braden Clark.
1st and 10, Scott. Fry takes a snap, hands it off to Preston Cooper. Cooper breaks a tackle, still on his feet, goes forward inside the 30, down to about the 27, 28-yard line.
Yeah, that time Preston Cooper lowered his shoulder and was able to get out of an arm tackle there by a Mingo Central minor defender.
And we got a minor down, looks like number 5, LaQuez Struther. And we have an official timeout on the field to address a player. Looks like he's got a cramp. The trainers are out there for the Miners. 3:28 to go in the third quarter. Scott still on top by 16, 36-20.
And right here, Joe, I mean, you would like to get points, but right now you're just – if you can take off this remaining 3 minutes and 28 seconds off of this clock to get yourself to the fourth quarter, Jeremy Dolan and the offense will probably say that that's a win, even if you don't get points. Like I said, you want points. That would be the ideal situation. But if you don't, if you can at least wind this clock down to where you get out of this third quarter and leave Mingo Central with A, a long field, and B, 1 quarter to try to pick up 2 touchdowns to get back in this game, you look at that as a win.
Struther is up, walking off rather gingerly. You can tell it looks like a cramp in his right leg because he is kind of Fred Munster walking off the field over there, but he has made it to his own sideline. Skyhawks have it 2nd down and 6. Actually 2nd and 7. Gain of 3 on the play. Isaiah Bush, Carson Brenniger line up wide to the near side. Braden Clark lines up wide far side. Matt Fry from the gun. Oh, and it was deflected over there. Intended for Braden Clark. Looked like it was deflected by Tyler Mitchum for the Miners. You can see here on the instant replay. Actually, Clark, I think, just kind of batted away. He's seen he wasn't going to be able to catch it. 3rd down 7 now for Scott. Twin receivers near side. Single wide out far side. McCarty goes from the slot. Fry keeps it, coming to the near side, turns upfield, and he is down near the 20. He's going to be close to a 1st down. They may give it to him. I don't know. He needed to get to the 21-yard line. It looks like they're going to spot it at the 21-yard line. Of course, he didn't get a good spot. You see here on the video productions instant replay.
First down, Skyhawks.
And they're going to give it to them. The Skyhawks get it. The official goes out and takes a look across the way. They move the sticks. First down, Scott at the Mingo Central 21-yard line.
Yeah, if you're Scott, you're in no hurry to snap the ball right here. Try to take as much time as you can.
Skyhawks spread it out. Fry from the gun. Hand off to Preston Cooper. Cooper goes up the middle, and he'll get about 3, maybe 4 yards on the carry.
Cooper.
Looks like they're going to give him 4 on the carry.
Brings up second down.
Down to the 18-yard line. Gain of 3 on the play. 2nd and 7.
Yeah, just a simple dive play where the right guard pulls and is able to open up a little bit of a hole for Preston Cooper to find and get upfield for a gain of 3.
Braden Clark goes wide, far side. Bush and Brenniger near side. Fry from the gun. Takes a snap, hands it off to Preston Cooper. Cooper gets around trying to get to the outside, and a flag on the play.
I believe they're going to get holding against
Yeah,
the Skyhawks.
probably so.
Preston Cooper on the carry, flag on the play.
And the official, they're motioning the penalty against Scott.
He lost a yard on the play.
So now they step off the penalty against Scott. Holding against the Skyhawks is the call. That'll bring the ball back to the Mingo Central 28-yard line. First down, 17. Second down for the Skyhawks. They'll go with the same formation. Brenniger and Bush near side. Matt Fry from the gun. Fry drops back, wants to pass. Puts one downfield, and it is caught! It is caught at the 6-yard line by Braden Clark. What a catch. He made a diving catch. We'll watch it on the video productions instant replay.
Kind of picks it up right off the turf. Matt Fry kind of threw it off of his back foot because of trying to navigate the pocket right there, and he's able to get just enough room to where Braden Clark's able to kind of pick it right up off the turf.
He just dives and rolls, gets the hands down under the ball. First down, Scott. First and goal from the 6. Skyhawks changed the formation. Bush comes in tight. Matt Fry will go under center. Jax McCarty comes near side. Hands off to Carson Brenniger. Brenniger turns upfield. He's inside the 5. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Scott. What a move by Carson Brenniger. It looked like he was trying to get around to the left side to the outside. But then he's seen the hole, turned it back upside, right up the middle. On the run, you'll see it on the replay. He's trying to get outside. He sees a little opening, and he goes in and runs into the end zone for the touchdown.
Yeah, that was the same play that they ran the 2-point conversion on as we got another Mingo Central minor down. Looks like cramps yet again. But the same play they ran on the 2-point conversion. They line up in the wing. They got the down fullback, which is Preston Cooper, and then they have the running back off into the wing set formation. They motion Jax McCarty back over to the near side from the far side tight end position, and they run that stretch play. And this time there was nowhere to go on the outside, but Carson Brenniger is able to see a back cut lane where he's able to get it back into the middle of the field.
That's the same player that had cramps a few minutes ago, down again. Number 5 for the Miners, that's LaQuez Struther. And once again, he's
gingerly
walking off the field. Skyhawks going for the kick on the extra point. Cameron Green on to attempt the kick. Cole Elkins, the holder. Waiting on the snap. Snap is back, ball down, kick is good, looks good from here, and it is good. And the Scott Skyhawks lead the Mingo Central Miners 43-20 with 1:26 to go here in the third quarter. Scott doing what they need to do here in the, kind of combination of passing and rushing the ball to move the ball obviously down the field, but to burn clock as well.
Yeah, and by no means was I trying to mean that they need to go into, I guess you can say, chew clock offense. But what they were wanting to hopefully do is kind of shorten this game to where you're not going to get as many possessions as you would have if they would have had a quick drive right there, allow Mingo Central to get right back into it. Now it's a 3-score game, and it really puts the pressure on Mingo Central to now where every drive has to mean something for them.
And the Skyhawks will kick off from their own 40. And it will be Ryan Neal doing the kicking for Scott. Mingo huddling up in front of the Mingo's bench across the way. 1:26 to go in the third quarter.
Ryan Neal set to kick off again.
Miners are trying to stretch all they can out. Looks like they're trying to save clock, save time, do something. Ryan Neal will kick from our right to left. Miners have 2 back deep. Neal is ready. Skyhawks ready. Here comes Neal. End over end kick. It will bounce it to 30, roll out at the 25.
Neal's kick goes out of bounds.
So the Miners will take it. And they will spot the ball at the 30 because of the out-of-bounds kick. Miners huddled up. They'll have it 1st and 10 on the near side hash mark at the 35.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought that went up to the 35.
Well, the official first went out to the 30. Then he moved it. Chris Ross from the gun for the Miners. Twin receivers each side of the field. Now Ross comes up, gives a little signal to the lineman. Single running back to his right. A little high. And it's handed off. Tom Mitchell once again on the tackle. Dylan Vance, the ball carrier. Gain of a yard. 2nd down at the 9 for the Miners. 1:08 on a rolling clock. Ball now spotted at the Mingo Central 37-yard line. And Chris Vance comes back over after going over and talking to the offensive coordinator to get to play. Miners will send 3 receivers near side. Single wide out to the far side. Ross from the gun. Hands it off once again. And once again, he's caught. Dylan Vance, the ball carrier for the Miners. He'll pick up another yard, maybe 2. 3rd down 7. Gain of
3rd down
1.
Yep.
Let's make some noise.
3rd down and a long 7.
Now, if you're Scott, you got to think that their go-to play here the last couple of drives has been that RPO option play where they try to hit receiver on the slant.
Miners are going to let the clock run out, and that'll be the end of the third quarter. The score, the Scott Skyhawks 43, the Mingo Central Miners 20. You're listening to the Black and Gold Football on WZAC, video production of the Skyhawk Sports Network.
Black and Gold football, here is Joe Linville and Chris Barrett.
3 down, 1 to go here at Skyhawk Field. The Skyhawks lead the Mingo Central Miners by a score of 43-20 as we begin the fourth quarter of play. Miners have it 3rd down and 7. The ball at the Miner 37-yard line. It looks like he may have moved it up to the 38. That's where it's at, 38-yard line. Skyhawks doing what they need to do, keep this game under control. And the Skyhawks will be on the road next week as they go to Logan. And you'll hear none other than Chris Barrett doing the play-by-play. Yes, that's right, Chris Barrett.
Hope you're along for the ride.
3 receivers near side, 1 to the far side. Quarterback rolls left. Comes downfield, he's under a ton of pressure, and they get him, and he throws the ball away at the last second, and they're calling it an incomplete pass as the Skyhawks was sacking Chris Ross when he was going down and threw the pass toward the Scott bench.
I think it was I don't know if it was a rollout that the offensive line didn't get the call, or if it was a play where Ross wasn't supposed to roll out or what, but there was virtually no blocking up front, and the offensive line stayed in the middle of the field, and Ross come to this near side, and because of that, there was a whole host of Skyhawk defenders just right in his face.
Miners are going for it. They're sending twin receivers out each side of the field. Ross from the gun. Ross drops back. He's looking right, looking left, throws the pass, and it is caught. And the runner's still on his feet, and they're going to stop him short of the first down, and it'll be a turnover on downs for the Skyhawks.
David Fennessy on the tackle.
Wow, David Fennessy made a heck of a tackle. I thought he was going to break loose there at one point.
He was very close to splitting those 2 defenders and getting upfield to pick up the first down about 2 yards short.
But Scott will take over on downs at the Mingo Central 43-yard line. Scott will be going toward the baseball field. 11:41 showing on a fourth quarter clock. Skyhawks send out Clark to the near side. 2 receivers wide to the far side. Carty from the slot. Fry from the gun. Drops back, wants to pass. Throws it across the middle. It is complete. And a face mask. A brutal face mask at the 30. But a nice catch by Braden Clark. Or actually, Carson Brenniger. They ought to eject that guy out of the ball game for that kind of. I mean, he literally grabbed it and swung him around. That was brutal. But there was a flag. That'll be
7-yard line.
Yeah, they got it spotted right now at the 28-yard line. So the official's still talking over. Face masking against.
Face mask on the Miners.
Wow.
Once again, first down, Skyhawks.
We'll take it inside the 15 to the 14.
It'll be 1st and 10, Scott. I know I get a little wrapped up, but man, that was just brutal. Fry from the gun. Twin receivers to each side of the field. You got McCarty at slot and Clark out wide to the near side. Fry from the gun. Hands it off to, fakes the handoff to Preston Cooper. It's caught inside the 5 by Braden Clark. They're trying to drag him back, but he should have it 1st and goal at the 4-yard line.
I'm hoping they show a replay right here because the window that Matt Fry fit that in order to get it to Braden Clark was slim.
It was very slim.
That had to be precise.
Now the officials are calling timeout, I think, for a measurement. Or are they? What are they stepping off now?
Cross pass complete.
The ball is, now they're saying, I guess they're
a measurement, yeah.
Bringing it in for a measurement. It must be pretty close because it's right inside the 5-yard line is where they have the ball spotted. Now they're bringing the sticks across the way. And now they'll put the chain down. It must be right on the line. Shaky's showing about 2 inches out there.
Shaky's, yelling over to the Scott sideline. Say it's short.
So it's just short by a couple of inches. I mean, it was close. So they'll bring it back over and spot it at the near side hash mark. It'll be 2nd and inches for the Skyhawks. 11:06 showing on the game clock. Skyhawks lead 43-20. Now they got to take the sticks back across the other side of the field. It's never on the side you need it on. Skyhawks out of the huddle.
Skyhawks going to line up in that wing formation again with Carson Brenniger in the backfield along with Preston Cooper.
Yep. Fry will go under center.
We'll see if they motion McCarty again over to that far side this time and run that stretch play again.
Fry under center, calling the numbers. Bush in motion, fakes the handoff, throws it into the end zone. It is a touchdown to Jax McCarty. 5-yard touchdown pass play from Matt Fry to Jax McCarty.
Yeah, a little wrinkle from what we've seen in that formation so far. This time Isaiah Bush is the one that comes in motion, and Jax McCarty just slips out untouched right there. A rollout from Matt Fry, and he delivers a really good ball to Jax McCarty, wide open in the about 7 yards deep into the end zone for a touchdown.
So the Skyhawks jump out to a 49-20 lead here in the fourth quarter, 10:51 showing on the clock. Green is going for the kick once again. Cole Elkins put the ball down. The kick looks good from here. It is good. The Skyhawks lead this one by a score of 50-20 on the Green kick. Skyhawks doing what they need to do to keep this game under control.
Now it's just up to the Scott defense to limit big plays, because that's what Mingo is going to have. We've not seen them, other than the one deep pass play that they had down the right sideline to Shepard, be able to score quick. So they've had long sustained drives that they've been used to put up points. So right now, if you're the secondary for Scott and defensive coordinator Eric McClung, who works with that secondary, you're telling him, let them have anything underneath, but don't get beat deep.
Ryan Neal will kick off once again from our left to right. And the Skyhawk kicking team's already out there. Now the Miners break their huddle from Coach David Jones, and they're coming to the near side of the field. 25, and he is caught from behind by Isaiah Bush. On the return was number 1, Aiden Hatfield, and the Miners will start this drive at their own 26.5-yard line. Actually, it looks like they're going to give it to him at the 27. 1st and 10, Mingo. 10:47 on stop clock. Skyhawks lead at 50-20.
Mingo Central set. in the shotgun formation is an inside handoff to Dylan Vance. He's got some room around the right side. He's able to pick his way up close to the 40-yard line after finding some running room around that far sideline and picks up a Mingo Central first down. They're going to mark him out of bounds at about the 42-yard line. That's where they will spot it, at the Mingo 42-yard line. Pickup of about 15 on the play for Dylan Vance.
Miners will move the sticks. Ball at the Miner 42. 10:41 on a stop clock now. Ross comes out to the huddle. Plenty of time on the play clock. 21 and rolling. Miners are still huddled up. Play clock at 13 and rolling. They're still in the huddle. Now they break the huddle at 10. Twin receivers far side, single wide out to the near side.
Timeout.
Flag, and they actually might have snapped it right at the second, and they're going to get him for a loss of about 2 on the play.
Dalton Milam on the tackle.
Good job by the Skyhawk defense. They're only showing a 1-yard loss. 2nd and 11. You'll see it here on the Video Productions instant replay. He did fall forward to the 41-yard line, and that's where they spot it. 2nd and 11. Miners out of the huddle. Twin receivers to each side of the field. Ross from the gun hands it off to the guy in the backfield. He turns upfield, and he's caught at the line of scrimmage. He'll fall forward for maybe 2. Actually,
they're going to give him the original line of scrimmage at the 42. Maybe another half a yard up to the 42 and a half.
Maybe gained a 2 yards and a foot. 3rd down. 3rd and a long 9 for the Miners. Game clock rolling at 9:33. Twin receivers each side. Ross from the gun. Ross fakes the handoff, and it's deflected, and it was intended once again for Shepard, and the ball falls incomplete. 4th down, Miners.
Yeah, good job by Scott right there. As you see the Video Productions replay, looks like it is big number 51.
Yep.
Dalton Milam's the one that is able to get his hand up and get it to be tipped in order for Aiden Burke to kind of really think about whether he wanted to catch that one or not, with a Scott defender barreling down on him.
Play clock rolling at 25. Miners still huddled up as number 2, Deuce Prater, brings play into the game for Mingo Central. They'll send twin receivers each side. Play clock at 10. Quarterback drops back, fires one downfield, got a man wide open in the middle of the field, and it's complete. And he's still on his feet inside the 30. They finally take him down at the 24-yard line. He was wide open all by himself there in the middle of the field.
Yeah, they fake like it was going to be a quarterback run. And also the running back fakes as he's going to pick up a block and then slips out over the middle of the field. And Ross had a lot of faith in his running back right there as Vance, as he just kind of lofts it up, and Vance kind of looks up and finds it at the last second, is able to haul it in and pick up a big first down for Mingo Central down to about the 33-yard line.
23-yard line.
23.
First and 10. Mingo at the Scott 23. Miners out of the huddle. They'll send twin receivers each side. Running back to the right of the quarterback. Quarterback drops back. He looks, he pumps one. He's rolling to the right, and he is going to run out of bounds. Flag on the play, and it is caught over there by Jax McCarty. The official said he was out of bounds. But there's a flag back here, and they're moving the yard marker. So the officials are now talking over. Here's the Video Productions instant replay. Quarterback under a ton of pressure, rolls right, last second, threw it down the field, and it looked like Jax McCarty got his one foot down.
And looks like they are giving the turnover.
And it's going to be an interception for the Skyhawks.
I guess they picked the flag up.
There was a flag on the play back here.
1st and 10 from the 4.
Yeah, that's where they got it spotted at the Scott 4, but it's a Skyhawks ball. 8:42 to go in the game.
Mick Fry letting us know that it was a holding call that Scott declined.
No, I don't think he ever set the play clock. First down, Scott. Matt Fry will go under center. Quickly hands it off, and be Preston Cooper. He might get a yard out of that. He fell right on the 5.
No gain on the play.
How do you not get no gain on that one? Wow. 2nd and 10, Skyhawks. Skyhawks huddled up right on the goal line. 2nd and 10. Skyhawks break the huddle. Fry once again goes under center. Fry hands it off to Carson Brenniger. He's around the right side, or the left side. He's across the 15, up around the 20.
First down, Skyhawks.
It will be a first down for Scott. And it looks like we've got a minor down over there.
Officials timeout. We have an injury on the field.
But that'll move the sticks for Scott.
Now they run that stretch play yet again, and Scott does a good job of sealing that outside and giving Carson Brenniger a lot of space. And once he gets into space, we all know what he's able to do, make people miss and get upfield quickly.
It's like Tyler Mitchum gets up under
15-yard gain for Brenniger. Sorry, Joe.
That's all right. It's like he come out of nowhere for the first down. Braden Clark comes out wide to the near side. Fry moves back to the gun. Fry hands it off to Preston Cooper. Cooper's got some room, turns upfield. He's across the 25, 32 on his feet. And they finally bring him down all the way up at the 36-yard line. It'll be a first down for the Skyhawks.
Yeah, not only was it good blocking out here on the edge from the Skyhawk offensive line, but a really good cut back here from Preston Cooper. As you see right here as he gets to the outside, cuts it back up into the middle of the field and is able to pick up an extra 10 yards after that initial seal on the outside.
Malachi Shepard making the tackle for the Miners.
Carson Brenger's the one that kind of had that block on the edge in order to get Preston Cooper into the open field.
Fry from the gun. And Scott jumped. That'll cost him 5 yards. It'll be 1st and 15 instead of 1st and 10 now. Looks like there was a couple of Scott players jumped. They must have not heard the play call, play count, whatever. 5-yard penalty. First down 15 now for the Skyhawks. Game clock stopped at 7:27. Skyhawks lead it 50-20. Scott set and ready to go. Single wide out to each side. Fry hands it off to Preston Cooper. He is met immediately and thrown for a loss.
He's going to lose about 4 yards on the play.
Is that all?
Cooper on the carry loss. On the play.
Here's the Thornhill instant replay. I mean, as soon as Matt Fry put the ball in the gut of Preston Cooper, they were all over him.
Bring up about 2nd and 19 on the play.
Here comes the Skyhawks. Fry from the gun. Hands it off to Cooper up the middle. Cooper's going to have about 9. Maybe he may have got the first down on that last push. There was a whole wad of actually just gets back to the original line of scrimmage. I'm looking at the wrong stick, but they will spot the ball. It'll be 3rd down and 9 now for the Skyhawks.
Yeah, pick up of about 12 on the play for Scott. 11 on the play as they spot it now at the 39.
Skyhawks huddle up. Come out of the huddle. Braden Clark comes to the near side. 2 Skyhawk receivers line up wide to the far side. Fry goes from gun once again. Plenty of time on the play clock, 10 and rolling.
Yeah, no hurry to snap the ball.
Fry takes it, fires one downfield, and it is overthrown, intended for Braden Clark. Flag in the middle of the field, a late flag.
Yeah, they're fortunate that wasn't intercepted because
that
time number 2 for Mingo Central, which is Deuce Prater, jumped that route.
Here's the instant
perfectly.
Here's the instant replay. Fry drops back, and it was just overthrown.
It's going to be against Scott as the offense is moving back.
Still waiting on the officials, but it looks like they're going to mark it off against the Skyhawks.
I don't know why they would. I thought I would just decline it. And brings up 4th down. I would just decline it.
It's 4th down and 9. And it looks like Scott will be on to punt. 5:35 to go in the game. Skyhawks lead this one by 30, 50-20. Now the Skyhawks huddle up. Coming out of the huddle, David Fennessy back to punt for the Skyhawks. 2 deep running backs back at the 34-yard line for Mingo. A high kick takes a bounce, and it takes a Scott bounce at the 30, back inside the 25, and it will be down by Isaiah Bush at the 23-yard line. 1st and 10, Mingo Central.
Looks like we're going to get another TV timeout.
Wow, and we'll take a timeout as well. 5:27 to go in the ball game. Skyhawks 50, Mingo Central 20. You're listening to Black and Gold Football on WZAC Video Productions and the Skyhawk Sports Network.
Listening to the Scott Skyhawks on C92, MS Skyhawks Sports Network.
Back at Skyhawk Field, 5:27 to go in the ball game. Skyhawks lead Mingo Central by a score of 50-20. The Boone Memorial Health Wellness Fair is coming up on Friday. That'll be next Friday, October the 6th, from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Madison Civic Center. They'll be doing all their annual flu shots, blood work, vendors, and so forth. So check out the Boone Memorial Health Fair next Friday at the Madison Civic Center. 5:27 showing on the clock. The ball is spotted at the Mingo Central 12-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Miners. Chris Ross calling signals. Stands at the gun. And the Miners are set and ready. The Scott defense is ready from the gun. Ross takes it, hands it off, and he is caught and brought down immediately. And he is slow getting up. The running back is, once again, number 10, Dylan Vance. He'll gain a yard. It'll be 2nd down and 9. Five minutes to go in the ball game on a rolling clock. Play clock at 20. Ross goes over and brings the play into the huddle. Play clock at 10. Now the Miners break. They'll send twin receivers out to each side. From the gun. Takes it, hands it off. Nope, fakes the handoff. Fires a Hail Mary pass down the field. It is, oh my gosh! And they throw a flag on Scott. Apparently for pass interference. Here's the Caldwell Insurance instant replay. Ross fakes the handoff, drops back, Hail Marys the ball down the field. Oh my goodness, that was a clean play. It looks like, and the flag is still laying on the field. The officials are talking things over at the 30-yard line. They've brought the ball back down the field. Now they're taking the ball. Sideline warning on Mingo Central. So now they bring the ball back and mark off a penalty against the Miners. They take it inside the 10 down to about the 7-yard line. It will be 2nd down and about 16. The officials are talking to a couple of the Miner players. Allowing time for substitution. Twin receivers lines up both sides for the Miners. It is 3rd down for the Miners. Ross drops back in deep into the end zone. Rolls right. He's going to tuck it in and run about it, and he's caught back there, and he goes down at the 5-yard line. Making the stop for the Skyhawks, Dalton Milam. It'll be 4th down now for Mingo Central. 4th down and looks like about 15. Game clock rolling. 4 minutes and counting. Here comes Ross in with the play. Play clock at 15. Miners break the huddle. They are going for it on 4th down. Twin receivers each side of the field. Ross drops back, quick kicks it down the field. Fennessy will let it roll, and it will roll dead, and they'll down it at the Scott 41.5-yard line. 3:23 to go in the ball game. Skyhawks up by 30, 50-20. So they'll bring the Scott offensive unit back on the field. Officials spot it at the 42. First down, Scott. Skyhawks come out of the huddle. They'll send twin receivers far side. Twin receivers actually a flanker and a receiver to the near side. Matt Fry from the gun. Fry takes it, hands it off to Preston Cooper. Cooper goes up the middle. He breaks the tackle. He's at the 50. He's still on his feet at the 40. They catch him. He'll go down at the 36-yard line. And a nice run there by Preston Cooper. That'll move the sticks, and they'll spot the ball. You'll see here on the Thornhill instant replay. He goes into the line. They stop him. There's about 3 Miners that have their hands on him. He breaks free, goes across midfield, and they catch up with him from behind and pick up another first down. Matt Fry from the gun. Carson Brenniger goes in motion. Hands it off to Preston Cooper up the middle, and the ball falls loose, and it looked like the Skyhawks fell on it, though, at the 30-yard line. And it's still Scott's ball. Yeah, looked like Scott fell on it.
Skyhawks recover the fumble, brings up second down and short. No.
Actually, it looks like they're going to give the ball to the Miners.
Miners recover the fumble, first down.
But it looked like Scott fell on the ball. First and 10 Miners ball at their own 30-yard line. 2:32 to go in the ball game. They'll send twin receivers to each side of the field. Ross goes from the gun once again for the Miners. And now the Miners make a substitution on the line. They'll leave twin receivers out to each side of the ball. Ross from the gun takes a snap, hands it off to number 8, Jacob Blankenship. He'll go forward for about 3 yards. It'll be second down and 7.
Reminder, your Skyhawks.
Game clock continues to roll at 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Skyhawks go on the road next Friday night. We'll be on the air at 6:45 for a 7 o'clock kick. Miners break the huddle. Play clock at 10. They'll send twin receivers out each side once again. Play clock at 3. They'll get the snap, fake the handoff. Quarterback keeper up the middle. He's got some room, and he'll get up to the 50-yard line. But it'll be David Fennessy making the stop for the Skyhawks. They'll move the sticks. It'll be first and 10 for the Miners, as you'll see on the Video Productions instant replay. They'll spot the ball at the 49.5 on the Scott side of the field. First down, Miners. Game clock stops at 1:28. Miners come out of the huddle. Once again, they'll send twin receivers each side. Clock now running at 1:14. Ross takes it, hands it off up the middle. He gets through the line, and they'll catch him at the 40, maybe 39. He'll be close to a first down. And they're going to move the sticks and give them the first down. You'll see here on the Video Productions Instant Replay. Once again, on the carry is Jacob Blankenship. Miners break the huddle. 1st and 10. Ross will go from the gun. Fakes the handoff. Hail Marys it down the field, and it is incomplete. In and out of the hands of number 4, Malachi Shepard. Pass falls incomplete. 2nd and 10 for Mingo. Game clock stops at 33.9 seconds. Play clock at 27, plenty of time for the Miners. Game clock at 33.9. Ross in the gun, twin receivers each side. Hands it off up the middle, and they are going to catch him at the line of scrimmage. Flag on the play. So we'll have to wait and see what the officials signal. Here's the Thornhill replay. They hand it off up the middle. And the flag comes out. It's going to be against Scott. And they're going to give the Miners another first down. $15-yard penalty against Scott. 1st and 10 Miners. 23 seconds on the clock. Ross in the gun. Twin wideouts far side. Right up the middle. They're going to let him run a touchdown. They'll finally catch him. He's caught and brought down by Caden Sharps. But that'll give the Miners another first down with 13 seconds to go. And they're saying roll the clock. And the Miners are just going to let it run, and that's going to be the ball game. Final score from Skyhawk Field, the number 4 Scott Skyhawks knock off the number 5 Mingo Central Miners by a score of 50-20. The teams line up and shake hands at midpoint. We'll go ahead and take a 2-minute break, and we'll be back with more in our McDonald's postgame report after this. You're listening to Black and Gold Football on WZAC, Video Productions, and the Skyhawk Sports Network.
Thornhill, our goal is to provide you with the best automotive experience.
From our state-of-the-art facilities, amenities, and certified staff we call family.
You'll be offered the best experience you deserve.
We take pride in our focus for customer care, bringing the best quality and support for all of our customers' needs.
What are you waiting for? It's your time to get behind the wheel with Thornhill.
Get started now at thornhillautomotive.com.
Just tag it at Thornhill, where it's all here for you. US 119 Chapmanville and Logan, WV to Belfry, Kentucky.
At HANDLEY Funeral Home, we offer unique opportunities for families to create healing moments after loss. With over 55 years of experience serving the Boone, Logan, and Lincoln communities, our staff will help you discover ways to pay tribute, whether that be at a burial service at one of our cemeteries or a personalized lasting memorial. Visit us at www.handleyfh.com or call 304-369-0718. The Handley family of business thanks you for your support.
The Southern Pineapple in downtown Madison is your choice for women's clothing and accessories. They have styles that fit all ages, along with local handmade jewelry. From elegant to everyday wear, the Southern Pineapple is your place to shop. Find us on Facebook, subscribe to our page, so you can see all the latest products and inventory. Come and shop at our unique boutique and be sweet.
At Miller Brothers Pharmacy, we are dedicated to providing outstanding personalized customer service at an affordable price. We are your one-stop shop for all your pharmacy and medical needs. Our staff has over 90 years of experience, so you can count on fast, personal attention. Our pharmacy is proud to offer delivery service for your convenience with free delivery for patients within Madison and Danville city limits. Contact a member of our team about delivery today.
Field where the Skyhawks have knocked off the Mingo Central Miners by a score of 50-20, and now we're in a photo op as we've got Chris Barrett down on the field to talk to Coach Jeremy Dolan. And while they take care of the photo op, we'll recap some of the scoring here real quick. Skyhawks opened up on their opening drive. Matt Fry scored on a 3-yard run, then Preston Cooper backed it up with a 5-yard run. Matt Fry to Isaiah Bush, 8:27 to go in the second quarter. Skyhawks jumped up 22-0. Matt Fry connected with Braden Clark on a 70-yard pass play, 29-0. Then Skyhawks got up to 29-0, and the Mingo Central Miners put back-to-back touchdowns on the board. And then the Skyhawks scored once again on a 66-yard pass play from Matt Fry to Braden Clark to bring it 36-14 at the half. Second half was all Skyhawks pretty much. Chris Ross connected to Aiden Burke on a 26-yard pass play. Then it was Carson Brenniger scoring on a 6-yard play, and Matt Fry connected with Jax McCarty. Final score, Scott 50. And the Mingo Central Miners 20. And we're still in the middle of this photo op, and it looks like they got Scott cheerleaders, and looks like Friday Night Rivals giving the trophy to Coach Dolan down on the field. And as soon as we get all the preliminaries taken care of, we'll go down and talk to Coach Dolan, and now they're all cheering. Now Matt Fry has the trophy, holding it up in the air. Good game for Scott. They struggled a little bit in the beginning, but finally got things rolling and picked up the 50-20 win over the Skyhawks. Now it looks like Chris Barrett has caught up with Coach Dolan. Let's go down to Chris on the field.
Coach Dolan, congratulations on your homecoming win and a big win against a top-5 opponent. Explain what you all were able to do here tonight in order to make this happen.
Well, I mean, offensively, we just did what we normally do. We looked at what they were giving us and took advantage of it. You know, we came out, we established a run early because we felt like they were probably going to be, trying to cover the deep ball. Once we seen him start sucking a few guys extra up into the box, we knew then that was time to, take a couple shots. Braden, we liked his matchup on the outside, and Matt was able to drop a couple dimes into him. He just missed a couple over here to Isaiah, but offensively we were on point. Defensively we played really good. It's a great football team we're playing. I mean, they're athletic, they get after it, and you see their will to win because, even though they went down early, they played hard the whole game, never made it easy for us all night. So it's a big win for us. I'm glad to get to 6-0, and now we just get focused in to play Logan and move on to the next one.
Talk a little bit about not only your offensive line, but the interior of your defensive line. They were able to blow up several runs tonight and kind of get Mingo off their game early on.
Yeah, we knew that that Ross and Vance was a tough duo as far as running the football. I felt like we was pretty much able to keep Vance in check most of the night. He got some big runs when we were starting to drop back in some coverage there. Ross, he's just real athletic. So, once we knew he got outside the pocket, the biggest thing is you just want to keep him, press him to the sideline, and keep him from getting upfield. So they got a pretty good duo there. And then you know, they got Shepard and a couple of nice receivers as well. So, you know, they're a pretty good football team. Like I said, we're glad to, you know, win the way we did, you know, because like I said, I know that was a quality team we just beat.
All right, you're 6-0 for the second straight year. You're going into a big game next week, a rivalry game with Logan, and then you get the bye week. What's the message to the team as you head into this final stretch?
The big thing right now is we focus on Logan and go down there. You know, like you said, it's a rivalry game. Coach Brenniger jokes that there's like Indian bones or something buried under the field down there because Scott traditionally doesn't play well down there. My first year here, we went down there. You know, if there's one game that haunts me that we've lost, it was that game because I kind of felt like we kind of let that one, you know, get away from us we should have won it. But again, you know, when it's a rivalry game, all bets go out the window. Coach Mullins does a great job getting his teams prepared. So, you know, the goal this week is just going to be focus on Logan, stay healthy, and then go into the bye week, and then we'll focus on the back half of the schedule once we accomplish that.
All right, last question. You have a lot of hype around your program right now. You had Friday Night Lights here, second year in a row. It's homecoming. You had a big crowd, both sides. What does that mean for your program?
You know, Chris, like when I first started, you know, we were just hoping people would show up. And, you know, that first night, a lot of people did. And we played Hoover. We played tough, you know, against the number one team in the state that year. We went 24-9 and lost 24-9 that night. But ever since then, nobody has gave up on us. You know, they're here every Friday, and it means a lot to us. You know, I was telling the lady from F&R, like, you know, when you come out and you see all the parents, grandparents, aunt and uncles, and the student body here, you got a fantastic, you know, band that's large and loud, and then, you know, the cheer leaders are always fantastic too. It's just an awesome atmosphere. You know, it's everything that, as a coach and player that you dream of is playing these big games, these big moments, and playing them at home in front of your fans. And so it's nice to have their energy to feed off of, and it's nice to, you know, send them home happy.
Coach, congratulations. You're 6-0 heading into Logan.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, Chris Barrett down with Coach Jeremy Dolan down on the field, and we're pretty much I'm going to go ahead and announce our player of the game. I'm going to give it to Braden Clark. Had two big touchdown catches, one for 70 yards, one for 66 yards. So Braden Clark will be our TikTok Tire and McDonald's player of the game. And the final score tonight, Skyhawks knock off the Mingo Central Miners by a score of 50-20. Skyhawks will go on the road next week. They'll travel to Logan to take on the Logan Wildcats, while the Point Pleasant, or actually Mingo Central, will go on the road and they'll take on Point Pleasant on the road at Point next Friday night. That's pretty much going to wrap up our coverage tonight. Want to thank Jack Withrow and the crew from Video Productions for sharing the booth with us tonight. For Chris Barrett and Missy Green, our studio engineer, I'm Joe Linville, and we'll see you next Friday night from Logan.